Ugh. Ugh. The meal, this music is really quiet. That's more like it. Oh. Oh. Someone said, Prem, I want to see your Prime reaction again. It's right here on the non-Sonic channel, link in the description. Oh, you mean Sonic Prime? Oh. Okay, so yeah, I streamed the event, and one of those fucking bullshit episodes that they were watching before the Sonic showed up got my whole shit blocked. So that's why the stream's not up. I did the thing in the YouTube backend where you can trim out the blocked content so that my stream could go back up again. But that shit takes hours to process, so whenever it shows up again, it means it's been cut out. I don't know how long that's gonna take though, so just for the record, you know, because it happened at like, I don't know, it was like 3 in the morning or something when it got blocked. It's now 11, so it's taking a sweet time, put it that way. We'll see whenever it goes back up again. Anyway, you know why we're here. Frontiers. As you can see, all these tabs are Frontiers related. We got Iizuka interviews. We got footage. We got the length debate once again because people won't let it go. People won't let it go. They won't let it go. But most importantly, SEGA of Japan are doing a live stream where they're going to talk about Sonic Frontiers and also Gotham Knights, but no one cares about Gotham Mid. They said they're going to show Ares Island. I hope they show Chaos Island as well. Is Sonic 06 your favorite game, not including Sonic? No. Heroes is my favorite game ever. Not 06. The last 2 islands got leaked. Yes, I know about that. They're name leaks. Not really much to talk about. They're just name leaks, but but yeah, we're here for the Ares Island stream. We're gonna watch that. Yo, Marshall with the $2. Got a notification of you streaming. Was really excited for a sec, but then I saw it wasn't famous. Now I was all lackluster. Will say, don't say that. I mean, it's the Sonic, the Sonic, right? The Sonic is more important than Premulus, right? The Sonic is our Lord and Savior. Premulus is just Latulus, right? Not Sonic. No one cares. What's the difference between a Sonic game going from a 7 to an 8? I mean, it depends on the game. You give me a game that I consider a 7, I'll tell you what it could do to be an 8, right? In terms of Frontiers, I think Challenge would have been it. If I give Frontiers a 7, then Challenge would have made it an 8. Momentum would have made it a 9 on top of that. So if I give it a 6 or a 7, it lost 2 points for lack of challenge and lack of momentum. Put it that way. So that's where the masterpiece, the difference in a masterpiece and an alright game is, right? Like, I'm yet to see anything in this game that's like, ooh, that shit looks tough. Like, oh my god, that's gonna be some stimulating, like, challenging shit. I haven't seen it. And I mean, even Generations was easy, but, you know, mastering it was still fun. When is the prequel animation? No idea. I'm gonna take a wild guess. The game is coming out. Turtular Sam donated $1 and said, "Hey, Prem, what's up? Just want to say I appreciate the content news. Hope you really do get to 60,000 subscribers before Sonic Frontiers comes out." Well, I mean, I already hit that, but you know, if you meant 70,000, I don't think that's happening. But it was a good attempt, but I don't think it's happening. But yeah, in terms of when the animation will come out, my guess is, so the game is coming out Tuesday the 8th. So my guess is next Tuesday, so aka the 1st, or Thursday. One of these two is when the animation comes out. That's my guess. And then we have to figure out, there's gonna be an embargo lift date when all the journalists, apparently journalists will start getting the game. So when those people get the game, they're gonna start posting their reviews, which could be either somewhere next week or it could be Monday, you know, the 7th. Unfortunately, I was not one of the journalists who got the game, because they don't fuck with your boy like that. I don't know anyone personally who's gotten the code, who's at least told me. But I'll keep an eye if someone else gets it. Someone said, "How long do you think you can keep calling Premulous your main channel, especially when you compare the sub count between your two channels?" The sub count is not the determinant of which channel is the main channel, though. If we go to the channel, I'm consistently uploading content. This is a 3-hour stream, another 3-hour stream, another 3-hour stream, a 4-hour stream, another 3-hour stream. If we go back here as well, I haven't actually published this one yet, but it's a 5-hour stream. Like a day ago. Like, I don't understand this idea that it's just because you like Sonic more that you consider that to be the main channel. The reality of the situation is primarily this is the main channel. I have more subs there who are subscribed from me than over here. You know, over here, this is a channel for Sonic. People subscribe for Sonic. Over there, people subscribe for me. That's why it's my main channel. Alright, 2 minutes left. Yo, Daniel Kellerman donated a currency. I have no idea what that is. On the official live stream, they demoed Real Momentum and accidentally leaked all the island. I've already talked about that. The island names, I know about that. The momentum, they already said it wasn't traditional momentum. But again, as I've said before, multiple times, when I played the demo, I said in my demo video that you can pull off slope jumps. It's not new information to me. You can pull off slope jumps. I just said that the levels have to be designed around it for it to really be fun. You know, it's nice if you can do slope jumps, but if the levels are not designed with that in mind, it doesn't really matter that much. But we'll discuss that later because it keeps coming up. Alright, got a minute left. Let's hope they don't start with Gotham Knights, because I know they're gonna do that shit. Make us wait for the Sonic. Even if you can pull off those jumps, it doesn't feel right for some reason. Well, that's because it's Utopia floaty. Like, it's not like SA1 spin dash jumps or momentum jumps where it's like, it's very controlled and, you know, within reason. It's that Utopia, like, you know, that those classic Sonic in 3D fan games where it's like momentum is the only thing that matters, which is not. But those games where you run into the air and you just float around for like 50 million seconds. It's almost like you're in a Mach speed section in 06. Like, you just move so far, you don't stop. You know, Momentum is like there's like SA1 is the gold standard. Okay, like just go into the hub walls of Sonic Adventure and do spin dash jumps and see how much momentum you get from that. That's the gold standard. A lot of these fan games just be like, whoo, float, 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 float. No, that's not what I'm asking for. Alright, they're live now. So basically, momentum needs weight behind it. For the record, we're not gonna understand a thing, so we need footage, basically. Japanese fans in the chat, if it's something important is said, you gotta get to work. But yeah, momentum has to have weight. It's not just, look, he went on the slope and he floated around. Like that rail jump that they did, it was so floaty. I was like, you trying to skip the whole map? Just want to say sorry for always insulting you in streams, just being playful. Don't worry about it. I assumed you were younger anyway, so it wasn't really like some kind of big deal. I really hope they don't start with Gotham Knights, because you know they're gonna do that shit. Batman Arkham Knight greater than Gotham Knights? That's a very lukewarm opinion. Why do people post like obvious opinions, like popular opinions, as if they're unpopular? Like, yes, of course Batman Arkham Knight is better than Gotham Knights. Like, yes. God of War Ragnarok on Primulus? I don't know. You guys only want to see platformers. I stream God of War, and it gets like 400 views. Stream Mario Maker, it gets like 1,000 views. Stream Crash gets like 1,000 views. You know, I think deep down, you guys only want me to play platformers on there. I don't know what to do. 今月のセガにまつわる新情報についての原稿を西村さんに初見で読んでいただくというコーナーになります。前回はね TGS 版だったのでちょっと特殊な環境だったんですが、収録回としましては8月ですね。タイム4分59秒ぴったしですね。ほとんど。いいじゃないですか。ということで今回も5分以内でね読めますか？読めますよ。多分今日結構いい方です。口の周りはいい方。Hot take: Sonic Rush is the best Sonic game. I mean, it's like my top 3. My favorite 2D Sonic is still Rush. もう二度と会うことはないぐらいの気持ちで言わないとやっぱりもうやっぱ傷を残していただきたい。噛んだら詰めていい。水であるくらいなら毒だってほしいとそういうふうに思います。ということでね、西村さんも後輩の前で頑張っていただきたいと思います。マジで怒んないから大丈夫。Do you have any idea how early it is? It's 12 o'clock. Wake up. 裏でスネとか蹴ってくるタイプです。蹴んないわ。Not everyone is in America. It's midday over here, like, we've been awake. それでは参りましょう。忙しい人のための5分でわかる今月のセガ用意スタート。こんにちは、西村ほのかです。さあ、早速読んでいきます。2019年にプレイステーション4で発売されたペルソナ5ザ・ロイヤルが It's 7 in America. Rise and shine, it's 7 o'clock. リマスター版として最新機種に初めて移植され10月21日金曜日に発売されました。ある事情で It's 9 p.m. in Australia. Whew, my god. Time zones are a bitch, eh? 9 p.m. in Australia. I remember reading a story of someone who traveled back to the previous year in time. It was like some time zone shit. Like they celebrated New Year's in like one of those countries that's ahead in time zone, like Australia, and then they flew back to another country that was behind in time zone. So like they celebrated New Year and they went back to 31st December because they flew back to a different country, and they celebrated New Year again. So it's like they went back in time. Now the whole chat's posting their time zones. Okay.
令和初のゲーム機として話題を呼んだ前作メガドライブミニの42本を超える60本もの人気タイトルが楽しめるメガドライブミニ。
Someone said, why are they showing gameplay for Ares Island again? You want them to stop? You guys are the ones who said the game was 20 to 30 hours. Clearly they got more to show, right? I don't know why you guys are like, what, they should stop? This is a 20 to 30 hour game, right? So I don't know why you're acting like they're showing everything. We've seen like 10, 20 minutes maybe of Ares Island. There should be hours more left. I don't want to hear they've shown too much. You guys said the game was 20 to 30 hours.
プロジェクト世界カラフルステージフューチャリング初音ミクが2022年9月30日金曜日でサービス開始から2周年を迎えました。2周年のアニバーサリーソングとしてデコニーナーさん書き下ろし楽曲ジャーニーがゲーム内楽曲として追加され、プロジェクト世界公式 YouTube チャンネルでも 3DMV
You think there are only 4 cyberspace themes in Frontiers? Well, the people that went to Hawaii are saying that. So, I mean, they've played all of it. Well, they've played 3 islands. If Johnny is saying 4 areas and he's played 3 islands, then I'm inclined to believe him. Why would they save all the other areas for just the last 2 islands?
2023年2月22日水曜日に発売予定です。あと2分です。222覚えておいてください。俳優アーティストの木村拓哉氏が主役を演じるジャッジアイズシリーズ2の作品に
Judge Eyes? Isn't it Judgment?
シリーズ2作品シリーズ2作品の PC Steam 版が2022年9月14日水曜日に発売いたしました。またジャッジアイズ神の遺言
Do you think the Titans will have different designs for the islands? Or if they don't, then it's just going to be the same boss 5 times. The guy from Lost Judgment looks like young Iizuka. No, he does not. I guess you guys have forgotten what Iizuka looked like when I was a kid. He didn't look like that. They better not play Vandalize and get my shit claimed, I swear.
ゲーム映像とともにタイアップ楽曲バンドライズの一部が楽しめる映像を公開中です。ぜひこちらもご覧ください。残り50秒です。続いてです。2022年9月15日
Oh look, it's Daddy Quiche.
日曜日まで幕張メッセにて開催された東京ゲームショー2022年セガアトラスブースが登場。また日本ゲーム大賞2022ではロストジャッジ
Vandalize is worth getting claimed for. Maybe for you. I ain't risking it.
そしてフューチャー部門ではソニックフロンティア龍が如く維新極みが受賞いたしました。最後です。明日10月29日土曜日
What was that phone shit? Is that Frontiers Mobile? Hey, wait. Oh, hey. Is that the Frontiers Mobile game? Wait, hold the phone. Hold the phone. Wait, hey. Is that the Frontiers Mobile game? It's a collab. Ugh.
謎を解く基本無料で参加できる体験型ゲームイベントです。謎を解くとソニックたちが AR で手のひらに出現。首里城復興イベントに
We already know there's gonna be a Frontiers mobile game. They just gotta hurry up and reveal that shit.
体験してください。
はい、以上です。タイマーですね。
はい。
5分と
We already know what's happening.
1秒オーバーと。
最 初のいらなかったですね。
どれですか？
挨拶。
いらなかったです。挨拶もいらない。まあでもね、そうですよ。これ西村さんがおっしゃってましたけど、
はい。
初見で読ませるっていうのに原稿見せてますよこれ。
そうです
ね、リマスター版としててって書いてあります
しててって書いてありますから。
これはまあ
それでちょっとね。
もうこれでもまあそれがなくても11秒は負けません。
負けますよ。
負けません。嘘をつかないでください。
負けて2秒です。
負けて2秒ですよね。
マジ？11秒ぐらい余裕なんだけどな。
前田さんからもしっかりしてください先輩と。どんなところがちょっとダメでしたかね今回。
結構
まあまあまあね。
Yo, Marshall with the $2. I have strong feeling that when this game gets okay reviews, a ton of people are gonna say, yeah, the game is okay. It'll be a great foundation for future games. I agree with Sam when he said, I didn't wait 5 years for a foundation. The thing is, right? I mean, yes, it's true. We didn't wait 5 years for foundation. The thing is, the mistakes they made are mistakes they've already made, so there's no excuse to make them. Like, making the game too easy, Kishimoto's done that already. So, him doing it again is not, in his eyes, not a mistake, it's a design choice. Lack of focus on momentum, he's done that before as well. So again, these are all, they're not new mistakes because it's an open zone. The mistakes are things that he's already done in the past that, you know, that he's just continued to make. So I can't even blame the fact that it's a new formula for Sonic that would justify those mistakes.
プロジェクト世界カラフルステージフューチャリング初音ミクミニ色紙コレクション第18弾アクリルチャームコレクション第10弾
You got exams on the day Frontiers drops? That's gotta be tough, man. Gotta sit there revising when everyone's playing the Sonic.
12月下旬に発売されます。現在予約受付中ですのでぜひチェックしてみてください。
That's one thing I definitely don't miss about school. Exams. My god.
これは次回どうですかこれ席変わる可能性
変わっちゃうかも。
ありがとうございます。やべえ。まあゲーム、まあそうですね。でもゲーム好きだけどゲーム下手って言ってたんで、私の方が上手いんで大丈夫。
落としにかかって。
いいですね。僕が見たかったものを見せてくれています。
ちょっとバチバチさせないでください。
席は一つしかありませんのでここはね。まだ引き続き、まあ共にねやっぱりその思いがあるんだなっていうところが伝わってきました。
ありがたい。
というところでですけれども、気になったニュースなどありましたか？
やっぱりプロセカですかね。この私はリリース前の特典を得るために予約するぐらい待ち遠しかった。
When is the Knuckles series coming out? I'm pretty sure that's 2023.
いろんなグッズだったりとか。
I'm not even thinking about that right now because I want to see Prime right now. Like they got me hyped for Prime. I'm surprised they actually pulled it off. They actually made a show that's not cringe. And I'm old, so if I'm old and I think it's not cringe, then then imagine the young Sonic fans right now.
やっぱソニックフロンティアですかね。
まあ東京ゲームショウでもねお伝えしましたけれども、
私もゲームやらせていただきました。ゲーム面白いんですけども、ゲームだけじゃなくてエンディングテーマソングがワンオクということで、私もワンオク高校生の時から大好きなんで。
Someone said the only cringe Sonic show was Boom. Hey, hold on. Underground didn't do all that cringe for you to just undermine its cringeness like that. Underground didn't do all that fucking cringe for you to just forget about it.
起用するって新しいですよね。
いや本当になかなかないですよね。
ソニック自体は結構ロックを昔から結構大事にしてるタイトル。
そうなのね。
はい。
日本代表するロックバンドとのコラボレーションね、これ実際にプレイして聞いた時はまた感動ね、ひとしおだと思いますので皆さん楽しみにしていてください。さあということで続いてのコーナーに参りましょう。こちらです。
You're gonna fake being ill the day Frontiers comes out because of school? Well, probably don't snitch on yourself in my chat. Someone in the chat might snitch on you.
はい、かしこまりました。では読ませていただきます。はい、噛まないように頑張ります。はい。そう、この時が再びやってきたのです。
Oh look, Sonic Heroes Simulator 3.
楽しめるローカルオンラインのマルチプレイに対応。結託して大混乱を起こしたり、ミニゲームで対戦することもできます。破壊の限りを尽くしながら思考の大混乱を起こし、広大なオープンワールドを縦横無尽に駆け回りましょう。プレイ方法は完全にプレイヤー次第。チュートリアルはごめんなさい。チュートリアルはあります。はい、我々はあくまで夢のヤギ生活に浸れる場を提供するのみ。11月17日発売、ゴートシミュレーター3。は はい、続きまして世界と呼ばれた少女の物語。スチームで世界中から好評を得た白チュームの青写真。
Someone said, how can I play Heroes with no
ガンダ
PC?
ムに始まる3つの物語。
Well, if you got a phone, you could just install a GameCube emulator on your phone and put the game on there.
イラストと映像、音楽、全世界で高評価を得た。
Assuming your phone isn't ancient, it should be able to run a GameCube emulator.
白チュームの青写真。はい、こちらの2タイトルとなっております。
はい、ありがとうございました。ソニックフロンティアね、この後実際に
Thanks again for getting us through another news cycle for Sonic. If there's another drought, we waiting on Premulous. Man, Premulous gonna be here regardless of whether there's a drought or not. Don't worry. Premulous is the main channel, so that's going nowhere. I don't know what 2023 is gonna be like for Sonic in terms of news. I know the Knuckles series will be a thing. Probably more Prime will be a thing. Maybe Frontiers DLC, probably Frontiers Mobile. Hopefully the modern 2D game, I want to see that.
主人公が記憶がない状態で目覚めて、でさらに夢を3つその
Sonic Heroes enthusiast said you can also use a hacked Wii U. Who's trying to use a Wii U to play Sonic Heroes? Who's trying to use a Wii U? I mean, don't get it twisted. I liked the Wii U. I mean, at least the games on it. You know.
それぞれ違うお話を通していくと、最終的に一番大きな謎に、はい、っていうところがノベルならではの手法で、もちろん綺麗な映像とあと音楽もすごい人気なんですけど、
興味が湧く。
はい、絶対お好きだと思います。
あ、なるほど。
はい。
Would you do a top 10 best Sonic Frontiers songs? If I can think of 10 that I love when it comes out, then I'll do it.
あ、そうですね。ヤギになれる。
Marshall donated $2, said, I swear you better not play Frontiers on November 8th. You promised us a little to the left stream. The real oh yeah, a little to the left is dropping on the same day as Frontiers, so you know, I have to split my time apparently.
4人でヤギになる経験はなかなかないと思います。
I noticed the cyberspace stages only seem to be from SA2 Unleashed and Generations. They're all good games. It would be cool if there were more games like SA1 Heroes and even 06. Well, apparently there's 50 cyberspace levels, right? And we've only seen like, how many have we confirmed actually seen? Have we seen more than 10? I don't even know if we've seen more than 10.
セガさんは金曜日にゲームしたい略してセガキン。
おい。というわけでお待ちかねでありますセガキンのコーナー。ここではですね、セガ好きのゲストさんに。
We've seen only 7. No, I feel like we've seen like closer to 10.
はい、今回ご紹介させていただきます。
There's 40 more left, which means, mathematically speaking, they would have to bite for more than just Unleashed and Generations. I'm expecting something from Colors because Kishimoto did that. Maybe we'll see Heroes. I don't know. I mean, they took Skyro, right? It looks like they're moving on to Gotham Knights. Eggman Lands. I want to see Eggman Lands Cyberspace. It'll be an excuse for them to make a longer cyberspace level. Although I joked that if they did Eggman Lands Cyberspace, they just take the first day section. Hey, hey, hey! Alright, Tails! What are we watching? This is what you have to endure for the Sonic. This is what you have to endure. This is the price you pay. This is the price. You want the Sonic? This is what you have to live through. No pain, no gain. Yo! I don't know how to pronounce his name. STLPC Games with the $2. Wish Frontiers would get DLSS / ultra wide support. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it has or hasn't got ultra wide support because I don't know if Forces did. But it doesn't have DLSS based on what I saw of the settings on PC. Which modern games tend to have DLSS, so it's a bit annoying that it doesn't. But then again, maybe it's not as demanding, so we'll see. Prime, do you think the Prime voice is better than Ryan Drummond's? Oh, no. Drummond is top tier. It's a shame that Drummond never got a TV show, because I think Drummond would have been great in a Sonic TV show. Literally every other Sonic voice got a TV show. Only Drummond didn't.
田口、田村、西村で、はい、今日は村村西村でやっていきます。よろしくお願いします。すごいです。元アイドルはこんな感じでいいんですか？もうあなたは失うものは全て何もない、必死じゃないのよ。かっこいい。それじゃないけどね。もうこれでいいよ。さあということで、Prime, what is your prediction on the overall reception of Sonic Frontiers when it drops? Metacritic critic scores, I believe, will be in the 70s. That's my guess. Whether it's high, low, or mid, I don't know. Cage donated £1.79. Said, will they ever make a game better than Unleashed? They already made Heroes, so that already been happened. So, you know, case closed. まあまあまあでもこんなそのね直球なねミナリを Someone said, I was wondering what do you think Jason Griffith did best in? 06 and Unleashed. Most people will say Unleashed because of the woos and all that, but I think cutscene wise, I think 06, honestly. Not including the multimedia, because Sonic X, that was great. But I'll say 06. I love the grunts in 06, the Sonic's delivery in the cutscenes, Jason in the cutscenes. I mean, for Shadow as well. I know Unleashed is like the go-to one because 06 bad, but like, I sit there and I think about the dialogue and I'm like, yeah, he did great in 06. Tails donated 20 mad and said, can I run Sonic Frontiers with the GTX 1660? Well, let's see. Let's see. You need minimum requirement says a 660. So if we go 660 versus 1660, it looks like the 1660 is significantly more powerful. Therefore, you should be able to run the game at least 720p 30 FPS, probably more than that, but you know, is a 1660 higher than a 1070? I don't know. Marshall donated $2 and said Pollock made a pun on Deem's passing. Kind of rubbed me the wrong way because not only is, I mean, I don't want to get into no drama, no Twitter shit, so I'm not getting involved in any of that. I didn't see any tweet like that, so I can't really respond to that. You know, but it is what it is, man. I don't get involved in Twitter shit because it's bullshit usually. I mean, I respond to the Frontiers related arguments, but I don't get into the personal shit. Yo, Stevie D donated $5. It said, crazy thought. I think Insomniac should make a Sonic game. Could be good as fuck. I mean, probably would be good, but, you know, they got their own hands full, right? Sonic Team need to be making the Sonic games properly, at least. Or at least they need to get some. They need to get a spin-off team or something. Because we need more spin-offs, seriously. More side shit. Like, this modern 2D game better be legit.
は今ご紹介いただいたんですけども、バットマン亡き後のゴッサムシティが舞台のマルチプレイ対応のオープンワールドアクション RPG になっております。はい、プレイヤーバットマンの衣装を着るバットガール。
Neon Drake, the £1.79. I'm late. What did I miss? Well, the stream started like 24 minutes ago. So they're going to be talking about Gotham Knights and Frontiers. So we haven't actually seen the Frontiers gameplay yet. Just a few images. Ali said, would you want the modern 2D game to be like Rush or Advance? Even Advance isn't even one thing. Each Advance game is so different in its formula that they're not even the same. Like Advance 1 is like, we're trying to appeal to the classic fanboys. It's similar to the classics. Advance 2 is like, okay, now we're going fast, right? You know, fast without boost. You know, the enemy's jumping over you so you don't run into them. And then Advance 3 is like, you know, heroes, elements, character combinations and shit. You know, so it's not as fast as Advance 2, but still the best one. So even Advance is... I would probably say I want it to be most like Advance 3. Because, I mean, Rush is my favorite of the 2D Sonics, but we've got so many boost games now that just make another 2D boost. You might as well just remaster Rush. You know, if you're going to make a new one in 2D game, I'd say steal most from Advance 3. Do the character combo shit. Do the hub walls with the stage select, with the Chow Garden shit. Like, do that. That shit was lit. Harrison Grant donated £2 through Super Chat. Said 1080 Ti with Ryzen 1700 or PS5 for Sonic in 4K. 1080 Ti, easily. 1080 Ti. PS5 is gonna run at 30 FPS for 4K, so you're not gonna get 60 unless you do 1080p. But 1080 Ti, you got a better chance of 4K. Because I used to have a 1080 Ti. I got a 3080 now. But I used to have a 1080 Ti and I was able to run Forces at 4K with that. I'm actually getting behind now. Yeah, I'm literally behind. Relaxed Hoodie donated $5. He said, I just want another actual Sonic Riders game. They had something good there. Yeah, the first one was truly great. The mechanics were solid, but then they dumbed it down. I really hope they do something with that again. Or at least port the original one. Add online. Mesa donated $1 and said reacted to the Prime trailer. I streamed it live, and right now it's blocked because part of the event got the shit blocked, not the Sonic part, another part. So it should go back up again once it processes. So you'll be able to see that hopefully later on. Rise C donated £2 and said, do you think the DLC characters will just be Sonic reskin? Did they confirm DLC characters? I don't know if they even are DLC characters. This dude looks like he's from Virtual Athlete 2K. Marshall with the $2. Kinda shocked that people saw nothing wrong with the release of only 4 themes. Seeing Green Jungle and Skyrail coated in Green Hill hurt my soul. The Green Forest. Yeah, I mean, Skyrail and Green Hill is a bit of an insult. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's Skyrail and you've just taken the originality out of it and just made it Green Hill. You know, the only person being original is Otani with the music. It's a bit annoying. It is, you know. But what can we do at this point? You know. Cage donated £1.79. Said, what happened to the old Sonic Team employees? Oh, Iizuka's still there. He's been there since Sonic 3. But there's like documented evidence of people that worked on Unleashed and Generations moving over to go work at Nintendo. Like a lot of the people that worked on Super Mario Odyssey, well, I say a lot, but some of the people that worked on Super Mario Odyssey and even Zelda came from working on Unleashed, so and Generations. So if you wonder where the talent went, you know, they were working on Unleashed and Generations. But you lot didn't appreciate Unleashed because Werehog bad, right? So they took that and they went and made other games.
結構こうビジュアル見るとこうダークな感じがね。
そうですね。鋭いでございますね。
ありがとうでございます。
DC はですね。
I wonder if the fact that these games are now 5 years apart will affect whether people will not get sick of these old things. I'm still sick of them. Casuals will not care as much because they're casuals. It's as simple as that. A casual probably skipped Forces anyway. You know, they probably don't even remember Sky Sanctuary anyway.
それこれ4人なんですけど、おそらくですけどこのナイトウィングは1代目ロビンなんですよ。これロビン一番今ね1人いるんですけど、このロビンはおそらく3代目なんです。
あ、もう3代目。
Do you think they'll fix the pop-in before the game comes out? No, that's not happening.
お二人ね皆さん思ってると思うんです
聞いて
けど。
くださいもう2人からもどんどんグイグイと。
そうよ。
ロビンは世代交代してるんですか？
いい質問。
そう。まさにそうで、ロビンチュンはですね、
I don't know what they're talking about, but it can't be that interesting.
わかんないかもしれないです。まあ相棒みたいな、弟子みたいなものなんですよ。バットマンのサイドキックがまずロビン。で、
How much can you say about Gotham Knights? It runs at 30 FPS on PS5.
で
Too low.
その後二代目
Next.
がレッドフードなんです。で、3代目がこの一人で、ティムかな。ティム
Where are the translators at? We're gonna get some translations.
おそらくジェイソン・トッドっていうやつで、まあなんかみんなねいろいろ過去に問題があって、でそのブルースの弟子についてまあ心を開いてって、まあ人間になっていくっていう。
人間じゃないの？
人間なんですけど、でもそのゴッサムとかいろんななんだろう悪にこうブワってやられちゃうんですよ。心を病んじゃったりして。でちなみにこのジェイソン・トッドだと原作とかでは残酷なキャラクターで、そう結構ボコボコにしちゃったり簡単に人見るとね、まあ、そういう面もあったりしますね。でナイトウィングは結構クール。
Apparently, the new Plague Tale game runs at 30 FPS on PS5 as well.
バットガールはですね
Kind of ridiculous that we have a PlayStation that can push 60 and then decide to go back in time. Is it like 30 only, like no performance mode?
だったら僕は嬉しいんですけど。
Because like I don't see how PS5 should be getting games that can't run at 60 FPS. Like, we're past that point.
バットマンしてたら分かると思うんですけど、バットシグナルっていうそうライトをねバットマンのシンボルがあるんですけど、今このバットガールの胸にあるシンボルをもう空に
See, Gotham Knights has ruined everything. Okay, like they're starting this new trend of we can do 30 FPS on this generation. No, you can't. If your shit is not on Switch, you have no excuse.
なるんですよね。でその
The game doesn't even look that crazy to justify it. It's just poorly optimized. I ain't got time for this shit. I ain't buying no PS5 game that has no 60 FPS mode. None.
プレイするとまた面白さが。
I don't even like buying Switch games that run at 30 FPS, let alone PS5.
このゲームをやるためにバットマンって結構何作かあります？
バットマン映画はね、
Like, don't play with me, okay?
でもねロビン最近の映画の方だとねロビンは出ないんで、昔の映画はねロビンは出てます。
まあでももちろん前知識なくても遊べます。
遊びます。
はい。
ですし、せっかくね田村さんがいるんだからもう教えてもらえばいいですよ。遊ぶ前に田村さんいろいろと。ね、全然教えてあげていいですよね。
あっちの部屋行こうか。
Yeah, Gotham Knights is not 60 FPS. On PC it is, you know, but on consoles, locked at 30. And it's 4K 30 as well.
はいということで、まあ
How do you get this shit running at 4K 30 and you can't get it to 60?
キャラクター紹介を兼ねた
Lower the resolution. Like, what kind of unoptimized shit are you doing?
ルールは簡単です。今から4人
And then when you criticize shit like this, they'll say you don't understand what it's like for game developers. I'm like, listen,
モノマネをしていただきます。
whichever higher up said that they were allowed to release the game in a 30 FPS state, no, you're not. Delay the fucking thing and get the frame rate and get the performance in order.
田村さんにバットマンについて1時間語っていただくという。
Like, I don't have time for this shit. How the fuck is your game running at 4K 30? No 60 FPS mode at any resolution. So if I drop the shit to 480p, it's still gonna run at 30. Make me sick.
もちろ
4K is 4 times the pixels of 1080p.
ということで早速キャラクター
60 FPS is only twice the frame rate of 30. You're telling me if I drop to 1080p, the shit won't rise to 60? Is that poorly optimized? That's embarrassing. You can't defend that shit. How are you running at 4K 30? What about when the PS6 drops? Are they gonna make a game that runs at 8K 30? Sorry, no 60 FPS mode. Just 8K 30. What the fuck is wrong with you?
誰よりもね彼が絆を大切にし人々のために戦うナイトであることを知っているキャラクターということになります。かっこいい。かっこいいキャラクターですね、田村さんね。ナイトウィングはかっこいいですね。そのもう一個のタイタンズっていうチームでも一応。How would I feel if Sony and Microsoft mandate that all game devs released on their platforms must run a minimum of 60? Well, as long as there's a performance mode, then yeah, they should do that because they shouldn't be allowed to get away with this shit.
私とそっくりや。
お、あなたとそっくり。はい。じゃあこれモノマネされたとしたらわかります。
まあすぐわかります。
さあじゃあ続いてはこちらです。ロビン。これ3代目ロビンというお話ありました。
Console fans do not care, otherwise they'd be on. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. They do care because when it was announced that it ran at 30, there was huge backlash. People canceled their pre-orders. They do care.
彼にとってバットマンは目指すべき理想の存在であり、最高の師でもありました。ジャスティスリーグのサテライトから取得したテレポート技術で戦場を飛び回ってスピードと奇襲性を武器に戦いに挑んでいくというキャラクターですね、田村さん。
なるほど。ちょっと面白いですね。このジャスティスリーグもしっかり世界戦に組み込まれてるっていうのがいいですね。まあ知ってる人はね。
The premydaremy streams get Sony more views than Premyless. I mean, I've gotten these numbers on Premyless before. Don't play with your boy. I got these numbers on Premyless before. The KSI streams. They did that.
キーワードとしては論理的思考能力に長けているというキャラクターになります。さあそして続いてこちら。
Someone said it's Frontier 60 FPS to Switch.
アンチヒーローということで。
Not if you're awake. Maybe asleep, but. Yo, Ski LPC games for the $2. Do you think PC, Nintendo, and cloud will be the future? It's like 3 different things. PC is always going to be around. Nintendo doesn't seem like they're going anywhere. And cloud is definitely not the future. I know that's a common thing to say cloud is the future. But if you go to my Premyless Clips channel, this is for the clips. I have a clip about this exact topic. Where's the clip? It says here, cloud gaming is not the future. Here's why. I'll spam that in the chat because I feel like it. Yeah, you can watch that for the full context. But cloud gaming is not the future. And that was before Stadia shut down, so it's not even about that. Do I make the clip thumbnails myself? I make all my thumbnails myself. I'm a one-man show. What is the absolute worst game you ever played on your non-Sonic channel? I don't remember. Well, my channel was a lot smaller and I couldn't afford games to play. I played a lot of indie games. There was a discount Smash game I played. I don't think that was the worst one though. But there was a few duds.
その他にもキックボクシング、カポエイラ、柔術などさまざまな戦闘スタイルに精通していて、トンファを武器として強大な敵に立ち向かうということになっています。いいっすね。色がいいっすね。あんまね黄色ってあんまないと思う。確かに。
How do I make my thumbnails? Photoshop. Simple as that.
原作だったら何人かいるんですよね。のうちのやっぱりこのジムボード、今さっきも言ったんですけど、そのゴッサムシティをバットマンと一緒に
Making thumbnails is just about thinking about what people would click on. Look at your thumbnail. Obviously, if you design on a big screen, it's going to look nice. But shrink it to the size that someone's going to see it on their phone and go, would I click on that? And if the answer is no, then your thumbnail's not good enough. Try again. If you see the thumbnail and you don't think that someone's going to screenshot it on Twitter out of context for some clout, then the thumbnail's probably not that eye-grabbing.
さあという いうことで各キャラクターご紹介しました。特徴は
Prim, would you take a job for a bigger channel to be an editor? Fuck no. Fuck no. Not a chance. Video editing's the worst part of the job. The best part is recording and streaming.
ごめんね。
I'm trying to hire someone to edit. I ain't trying to edit for someone else. I can't even afford an editor, otherwise I would have gotten one by now. Mazer donated $1 and said Twit's game was the worst he played. There was a hint of how to jump in the mandatory jump section. I don't really want to talk about Twit. But even then, I don't think that was the worst.
銃使ってる。リーモコちゃんしてるリーモコちゃん。
Would you take a job for a channel to make their thumbnails? Depends on how much it pays, but I'm not really trying to do that. What I really want is a video editor for Premulous, but I'm too broke to afford one, so... Because I want to do those, like, crazy edits that all the big channels do. But I don't have the time to do it myself. Or quite frankly, the know-how.
さあということで
はいはいはい。
うちどのキャラクターなのかフリップで書いていただきたいと思いますね。まあ特徴的な動きがね、ありましたけれども。
ありました
中
ね。
盤のあの動き。
Someone said, I'd say Sonic Frontiers is sort of dead on arrival, but not to the extent of Gotham Knights. The moment God of War releases, what's a Sonic Frontiers? I mean, in terms of like the video game space, yes, God of War is going to get all the attention. What is going on? Yo, Mazer with the $1. I mean, let's not make a big deal out of it. It's not a big deal. At the end of the day, it's just, you know, I'm not really about the drama, so, you know. What is this guy doing?
さあ皆さん、
はい
行きましたかね。
行きました。
さあでは4人のうちどのキャラクターのモノマネだったのか、一斉にフリップオープン。
はい。
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 ということで
Thing is, would it be worthwhile to risk to get an editor? You'd have to be able to make
もっこママレッドフード
more videos to go to your channel. Would it be a worthwhile risk? I mean, it's just too expensive. I can't afford it. Like, not on a consistent basis. Because I could churn out videos if I had an editor. But, like, recording's not the problem. It's editing. You know. Maybe I need some kid. Some teenager who's got no job. Who'll just sit there and edit the videos for free. Some sweatshop shit. I mean, if the channel blew up, then he'd be compensated very well for the loyalty. But I can't afford to right now. I just can't. The amount that people charge to edit videos, I can't afford that for a consistent basis.
同じで射撃かなって思いましたね。ナイトウィングだったら多分飛んでるところ、要はウィングなんでとかじゃないかな。飛ぶんだ。
いやわかんないです。でも楽天家みたいなところが、
あ、そう。
ね、リーモコちゃんに我々は捉えて。
It's not child labor, it's an internship. Relax. God.
こだったナイトウィング。
Aren't the trainers you're wearing child labor? The fuck? Don't come for me.
さあでは改めましてですね、動きを交えた後に正解発表をいただきたいと思い
Someone
ます
said I could edit your videos for free.
それでは回答の方よろしくお願いいたします。
The edits I'm looking for, most people can't do them.
ここは楽天家がどうなのか。リーモコちゃんか楽天家が。
What's this guy doing? Dude, your husband is at home. Dance for him. Someone said, do you edit your vids anymore? Because it looks like it's all one take with everything done live. The only reason I'd be doing that is because, you know, for news content it's quicker. And most people seem to be fine with it. That's why I stopped editing, because it was just like, I just record it with OBS and just upload it now. If I'm doing a very scripted discussion, then I would edit. But most of the time it's not super, it's just news content. But like for Premulous, I'm trying to do like gameplay videos where there'll be a lot of cuts and cool edits and shit. You know?
ということで、
But so far, only a few people have complained that they missed the previous one. Because when I was doing it the edited way, people were just getting mad at me because, oh, you're reusing the same Frontiers footage. Because back then we only had a small amount of footage. So I'm like, okay, you've seen this footage 50,000 times in all of my videos. Because that's all we had. I guess I'll just not do that. Prem, are you only gonna do news content? What about long form Sonic style content? Long form, in what sense? Like those discussion channels? That's not really my thing. Someone said, have you seen any premydaremy socks videos? I've seen quite a few. I don't really watch them, but I see them show up. But I don't really care because usually it's just some haterade shit. Oh, Prem is a bad Sonic fan. He's ruined Sonic for everyone because he has an opinion that's not, you know, gushing over this. Alright, cool. They're all the same. Like, they're usually from, like, kids. So I can't, like, sit here and be, like, mad. I'm like, you're a child. I expect some immaturity. I'm not gonna sit here and respond to you. I'm a grown man. You know, you look like you're 14. No offense. But... what am I supposed to do? Make a response video? You said this about me. You said I'm ruining this. Cool. Ghosty donated $5. Said, man, I came here for the Lord and Savior, not whatever charades they doing. Oh, maybe they are playing charades. I didn't even think of that. Grown man still playing Sonic Heroes? Why would I stop playing the GOAT? In my retirement, I'll still be playing Sonic Heroes. Although by then, it'll be some futuristic VR, I don't know, thing.
アクションの後回答発表いただきたいと思います。
はい、それでは行きましょう。答えはこちらです。
They really take long as fuck to get to the gameplay. Even Jeff Keighley is like, dude, it's been 47 minutes. Right, where the gameplay at? Like, how have you got gameplay to show and you playing charades? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you got gameplay, you out here playing charades. Jeff found a new way to delay showcases. You're just gonna see Jeff Keighley playing charades in the chat.
なるほどね、ロビンも強い。衛星でしょ？ジャスティスリーグの衛星も使って自分を透明化にする能力だから衛星。お父さんかと思います。ね、光の。
Those Prem Sucks videos are dumb. Man, let the kids get their clout. You be seeing the video, and then you go on their channel, and then the hate video towards me is like the most viewed video on their channel. I'm like, damn, I got clout like that? I'm the most viewed video on your channel? Like, you know, that's just crazy. I'm like, my name's gonna stay in power now. The storyteller at $2 said, nigga, what the fuck we watching? Or official Sega YouTubers got an event where they're supposed to show off Frontiers and Gotham Knights and also talk about the game. But instead, this dude is cheating on his husband and giving some other dude a massage. So I don't know what's going on right now. Someone said, Prem, you're the new Kobana Money 456. No. Okay. I'm not the new anyone. I'm just myself. Okay. Let Kobe be Kobe.
これが
めちゃくちゃバットガールじゃないですか。
これがバットガールですか？
バイク乗ってたよ。
あ、今のバイクやったわ。
バットガールバイク。
そういうこと。
間に合うよ。
すごい、セガの新人はこんなこともやらなければいけないという。
わ
でも今のがバットガールって言われたらもうそうか、さっきのはロビンですわ。
ですよね。
はい。
I actually set an alarm for this stream, you know. Like, I had to wake up for this.
1問目正解
I could have been asleep.
者がママ田口ほのぴで2問
Should
目
have been
の
asleep.
正解者はなし。だから1ポイント1ポイント1ポイント。
行こうか。
何が待ってるんです
これ先輩のね、事務所の先輩の西村さんの2つとも外した場合は
Ghosty donated $5 and said that has got to be SA. I mean, if it wasn't announced, if they didn't plan that beforehand, then probably yeah.
本当に大丈夫？
もう使うか使わないかは分かりませんけれども、やるだけやっていただきます。
スターレイは使いますよ。
And she wants some
これ
too.
どんなところがポイントになるんですか？
大事なんが行くよ。もっこりからのリモコチ。
The storyteller donated $2. We film it for our Lord and Savior. Literally, we out here like, you know, paying our dues, paying our dues. Oh god. Lion Links donated £1.79. Said they should add Chip's bracelet in Frontiers. I mean, they got glove customization, so they probably will do it. You know, they probably will do it.
前田さん、
はい。
ここね、全力でやったらワンチャンバ
Sonic the He donated €2 and said, "Prem, I'm a really big fan. What's happening?" I wish I knew what was happening. I wish I knew. We're just waiting to see the Sonic on the screen again, so. He's not doing the same shit to her that he was doing to him. The other dude.
すっごい綺麗な形でしたよ。
本当ですか？
スタイルいいからね。
スタイルがいいからっすよ。
今本当に日本で一番リーモコちゃんがうまい女性ですよ。
その称号が欲しくないです。
バットガールならぬリーモコガール。
リーモコ
変なのつけないでください。
リーモコガール。リーモコガール。リーモコガール。
やだ本当やだ。
いやいやいや、ホルビ素晴らしい。
いやー、私あれできないですわ。
ちょっと待って。
叶わない。
あの先輩の顔見てみて、なんか羨ましそうな顔。
Because he'd catch a case if he did that. Wait, keep that same energy.
嫉妬心がすごいあの先輩。
Why? If he can do it to one, he can do it to the other. Hey, no double standards here. Okay. He should do the same thing to her then. No double standards. If he can get away with that, he should be able to get away with this.
リーモコガールとしての名声を前田さんに差し上げたいと思います。
Men can be victims too.
うわ、最初あんな嫌ってたのにもうね。
なんか息ぴったりで二人とも。
素晴らしいじゃないですか。
よかったよかった。
最初ナイトウィングとか嫌ってんのかなと思いました。
Marshall donated $2 and said, "If I'm honest, I could not begin to give a fuck about Frontiers. I just tuned in because you're my favorite content creator, but I'm starting to regret tuning in. I'm starting to think this dude is special and the doctors have no idea where he ran off to." I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I don't think he's special. I don't know what that means. But in terms of Frontiers,
余韻が大事ですね。
I'm looking forward to Frontiers. I mean, it's definitely too easy. I think Frontiers is in that place
ゲ
where
ームやりたかったけどな。
mods could fix it. See, Four says it was too far gone. No mod was gonna fix that shit. Frontiers, though,
田村さんが輝く。
I think mods could do some serious improvements to the game. You know, serious improvements. Like, there's so many areas where they could mod things to make it into a harder game, a tougher game.
まあでもこれ
I'm looking forward to seeing what people do with
ぜ
that.
ひプレイして確かめていただきたいなと
はい
いうふうに思います。ということで最新情報を改めてモコママからいただきたいと思います。
はい、今回ご紹介したゴッサムナイツはプレイステーション5用ソフトとして本日の10月21日に発売いたしました。またゲーム本編に加えダウンロードコンテンツビジョナリーパックとアートブック、こちらパッケージ版のみになるんですけども、そちらが同梱されたデラックスエディションも好評発売中となっております。
おい
はい、ダウンロードコンテンツのビジョナリーパックには専用のギア、コスメティックとアニメーションシリーズバットマン
Yeah, they could shorten the time of disable ring regeneration or more. Yep, there's so much they could do. They could turn the ring count into a health
はい、というこ
bar,
とでマルチプレイにね対応して
remove the ability to side loop
友達
rings,
と遊んでいただきたいなというふうに思い
disable
ます。
auto combo, lower the timers on time-based challenges. You know.
ソニックフロンティアになります。
Hey, chat! Our Lord and Savior!
ゲームショーでもご紹介したタイトル
Our Lord and Savior
はい、今
is
回
on
ご
the
紹介させ
screen.
ていただくのは2022年11月8日火曜日に発売するソニックフロンティアです。
はい。そして今回ねプレイしていただくのは田村さん。
Yo, Stevie D with the $2. Japanese humor is definitely something. I mean, definitely.
でやってますからね。
すごいアイデンティティ、ツイッターというアイデンティティに返事をつけるっていうね。
そうですそうですそうです。
ものすごい思いの丈がありますけれども。ゲームプレイは上手い方ですかご自身？
ゲームまあでもよくやってるんでゲーム自体は。
Oh, this guy's gonna play it. Okay.
FPS 何でもござるでございますよ。
なるほど。じゃあちょっとこのゲームの魅力をね思う存分伝えていただきたいと思いますが、改めてソニックフロンティアについてちょっとご紹介しますね。ソニックならではの超音速アクションで広大な島を自由に駆け回る縦横無尽な新境地アクションアドベンチャーの作品となっています。従来のステージクリア型のソニックゲームをオープンゾーンという遊べるワールド
Open the zone.
次世代型の
Green Hill Zone.
ということになっております。さあということで改めましてですね、田村さんにプレイをいただきたいというふうに思います。
はい。
He's holding control. Okay, finally, gameplay. Ares.
今まで出てきて
It begins.
そうですね、
Our Lord and Savior is on the screen.
また違うステージですね、ご紹介させてい
Ooh,
ただきます。
cyberspace down there. Okay.
すごい。早いっすね。
It begins.
はい、アレスト
Alright.
はい、サボテンなんかが、はい、最近
Hopefully we see some shit that we haven't seen, given that the islands are 3 hours long, apparently.
あこれコラクションね。
あ
So he side loops the plant
おなんか何？
with the cactus.
サボテンから
And then the cactus shoots a firework.
はい、おめでたい。
That's nice.
あデリングもうしてくる。
ということはよ。
何か気づきましたか？おお。
Is he drawing a dick?
二つ同時に
Oh, okay, never mind. That's a nice little touch. I'm surprised they put that there. And you get rings.
この子たちも可愛い。
田村プロデューサーですね。
ココちゃん。はい。
可愛いです。
はい。こんな感じでフィールド。
What happens if you side loop the cocos?
あったと思うんですけども、こういった
You get Cocoa
オー
Pops?
プンなフィールドにオープンゾーンというはいこういった
That joke will hate in the UK.
走り回れるので、ああいったぐるっと回る
Americans like, what's Cocoa Pops?
はいフロンティアをできるようになってます。
おおでかいなんか敵みたいなのもいるし。
みたいの見る。
はい。で、下。
Fuck you mean Cocoa Pops are mid? Man, the non-Sonic channel's got a serial tier list video. Check that shit out if you like cereal.
超えていただいた先のそうですね。ごめんなさい。左
Is he gonna go to cyberspace or has he got enough?
下降り
What do they call that shit? Vault keys?
ここちょっとなんかボスに挑むという話をね聞いてます。
はい。ちょっとまだちょっと
Alright. Hopefully we see some shit we haven't seen.
こんな感じでいろいろとステージ上のギミックで、はい、ソニックらしいアクションを楽しみに。
Oh, power boost.
何なんかすごかったけど。
Is he gonna run on water? Are we gonna figure that out?
気になる。すごい。遺跡もある。
Are we running on water? I don't think I've seen water running.
あ、
Okay, he's gone under.
体力があるっすね。
Have we seen water running yet?
これも実は今回ちょっと時間都合お見せできないんですけども、
Wait, did Forces have water running? I don't remember running on water in Forces.
これも水没しているところを何かすると
Come on, boost over the wall, boost over the wall. Come on.
あ、変わってまた違う場所に行けるみたいな。
そこはちょっとプレイしていただいて。
演出の以降早くなって
Wait, did that just cut?
早くなってる。
早くなってる。
Did that just cut? Wait, hold on. Was that a cut? Is he fake playing? Is he fake playing? You thought you could just fool us? You thought you could fool us? Take us for mugs? You said you was playing live. But no, the shit is curated. Curated. Iizuka said, no, you're only allowed to show this section. They took the pre-edited footage and they're like, you thought you could do this and we wouldn't know? What? Do you think we were born yesterday?
メカメカしいのよね、今回。
Like, all you had to do was just put the gameplay on the screen and talk. But you grabbed the controller. You took us for mugs. He's just doing this.
エリアもそうなんですけど、ボス戦も、あ、そうですそうです。
めちゃめちゃギミックだ。
ギミックが、はい。
ピンボールみたい。
Oh my god.
周りのリングをうまく使ってビリビリしてるところにボスを押し合ってみてください。
ああ、上のね。
Why would they lie to us like that?
そうですそうです。赤いところに跳ね返る回数が多いほどこの押しのける力が、あ、そうですね。ああ、なるほど。強くなります。弾力を使っていった方が威力が上がる。はい。でも地道にちょっとずつ押していってももちろん大丈夫です。位置調整なんかも加えてですね。はい。ああ。ちょっとずつやってみようかな。
Someone said maybe Sonic can teleport. Hey. No, that's some copium shit. It was an edit. That was not teleportation.
この間にダウンしてるので、はい攻撃を叩き込みましょう。いいですね。
Maybe that whole stream wasn't even live. They just edited the whole thing. Maybe he is playing and it's just edited. I don't know. It was chaos control. Of course. The entire live is pre-recorded. Yeah, I think that's what it is. The whole live is pre-recorded. And they just cut out boring parts. The stream can't be edited when they left in that guy doing whatever he was doing. I mean, if you're gonna edit, I mean, I'm just saying. This boss reminds you of the Zero fight in Adventure. I mean, I guess, kind of. Although that was more interesting. If you ask me, I'm just saying. This is giving me Laser Wisp flashbacks. Laser! So just for the record, I know people hate when I do this, but like, people acting like the Frontiers combat was so on another level to Unleashed. Look at that boss. Tell me what here is so crazy compared to Unleashed. I had to bring it up, I'm sorry. I had to. Ooh, look at this area. Ooh. Shanus456 donated $3.49. Said, and they couldn't cut the dancing at the start. Nah, they had to warm us up, get us prepared for the Sonic, remember? Only because the dude is clearly level 1. The question is, why is he level 1 on the second island, though? Was he speedrunning?
あらら大丈夫ソニック
持ってかれちゃう。
転送だ
Someone said, who is saying this combat's better than Unleashed?
コンボつなげろ
Everyone who hasn't played it?
この練習がね
はい。
あれかっこいいな
近くなガシでトルネードアタック
天国がね結構
Skyrail.
皆さんから見ると馴染みがあるというか、
懐かしい
はい。こんな感じで
アドベンチャー2だアドベンチャー2を
2とか、はい。だったりをこうさせるようなですね。ステージクリア型の、はい。
懐かしい
I know people are gonna watch that and say this guy's playing like trash, but as someone who played the demo, cyberspace controls like us. I'm telling you. That death right there, if I hadn't played it, I would be blaming his ass. But I'm telling you, this shit plays. The control is trash in cyberspace. It's trash.
結構落ちやすいうわ
まあ懐かしいし、オープンゾーンと全然違うですもんね。
飛んだ
よいしょ
はい
いいですよ気持ちいい
さすが。
あナイスナイスナイスナイスナイス
All that nice rail balancing and keeping on the rail and the momentum on the rails they had to do in SA2. All gone, just boost.
チェックポイント
It really simplifies the levels.
左どっちいるかでも
Because a lot of the fun in SA2 speed levels is just balancing on rails.
あ怖い怖い怖い
よしいいんじゃないこれ
いいですね。
いいペースいってますよ。
いいよ
本当にやっぱソニックだから。
なんでソニック
I'm willing to bet when I play Frontiers, like 90% of my deaths will be in cyberspace because of the control.
簡単じゃないっていうのもいいっす
Barely any will be in the open zone because, you know, it's an open zone. There's barely any pits. The only way you die in the open zone is like combat. Puzzles won't kill you. So combat's really the only way you die in the open zone. And since you can side loop rings, combat deaths are going to be very minimal.
もう一丁よいしょここだ
So most of the deaths will probably be some cyberspace control shit.
あ
あ、でも
いけるよ降りてき
Th-
たいけ
I
た
don't even think he has a drop shadow here. He's got no drop shadow.
コントロールがうまいこといきましたわでここだよいしょ
Remember in this section here, like in SAT, you'd hold down the spin dash and then you go to the rail and you just like, now you just, you know, it doesn't do that anymore.
音楽と、はい、相まってかっこいい。
ういあ危ない
ほいほいと
I would totally do a slope jump over that section there. I'm so gonna boost jump on that.
ここ行って
うまいようまいよ
ここ行ってまさにアドベンチャー2もこんなんでしょ
おい
ヒヤヒヤするほいほいほい
ほい
It feels like the man. What rank is that? You ain't the man, you got a D.
これねやっぱ S 目指してね。
225 is the S rank. Oh, that's an easy S rank.
ね
ところになるでしょうか。
楽しいですね
じゃあ今回ここまでと。
はい。
いうことになります。いや本当にね何回も言ってますけど。
Heroes levels would have been better compared to
電
SA2.
脳世界でも全然違う。
I mean, Heroes levels are better than SA2
改めてプレイ
levels,
してみてい
but
かがでしたか。
in Frontiers, I mean, SA2 levels would
す
fit.
ぐ明日にでもこのオープンゾーンソニックで走り回りたいです
I mean, I think Grand Metropolis could work as a cyberspace
技も
level.
ねたくさんあったりですとか。
いや確かにその多分それねやって
Hey, I hope you're not done. Put the game back on the screen, boy. We ain't done. We ain't done.
ご覧になってていかがでした。
いや楽しそうですね。映像綺麗なの私大好きなので。
We ain't done.
コノピー、まあ改めてね TGS。
Hey, hey.
はいいや相変わらず疾走感がすごく
Return to gameplay.
ゾーンで謎解きみたいな
Return.
ギミックのなんか頭回転させる
Return.
要素もありつつタイムアタックで、まあ、友達とかと何分で行けたよみたいな遊べるのはちょっと
I mean, if it is done, we got more footage to react to anyway, so whatever happens, there's more the Sonic.
思いましたが、改めてもこママから情報いただければと思います。
はい、今回プレイしていただいたソニックフロンティアですが、いよいよ11月8日に発売となります。早期購入特典につきまして、こちらの2つの特典が入りますというところで、1つ目がダウンロードコンテンツ冒険者トレジャーボックスです。
I think they're talking about
アイテムがセットになっており
the
ます。
deluxe version or
もう一
something.
つの特典がパッケージ版限定の特典となるのですが、はい、こちらじゃらんタイアップ冊子ソニックとメガ
What's all this on the screen? What?
すごいですよね。
What's all that?
この冊子はですね、旅行専門雑誌、皆さんご存知のじゃらんさんとファミ通さんの共同で編集をしていただいております。作中のスターフォール諸島を舞台にした旅冊子になっておりまして、こちらの画像の表紙の通り、じゃらん編集部と厳選した作中の
It's reviews?
のほか、キャラクター相関図などなど、ソニックフロンティアがもっと楽しくなるさまざまな内容が詰まった冊子になっておりますので、ぜひぜひ手に取っていただけたらなと思います。はい、今予約すればこの2つの特典両方とも手に入ります。はい、その他限定版など
Where's my translate at?
サイトをご確認ください。
そしてですね、
Oh, fuck. See, I missed it.
から公開される
Fuck's
テレ
sake.
ビゲームの映像というものがあるそうですので、こちらご覧いただきましょう。どうぞ。
Oh, fucking copyright, copyright. No, don't play me like that. Mute. All right, we got a trailer here. That's the title. Oh, hey, you see that? That was new. That was new. Saw that? Yeah, this is new. See? It wasn't it. All right. It's like a few seconds of gameplay, but
パワーオクロックの BGM に乗せながら、改めて田村さん、こちら楽しみですね。
楽しみですし、これもう見てわかると思うんですけど、もうハードが多いんで、
that supersonic shot was clean though.
ソニックフロンティア、遊べれるかなと思うんで、もう俺はもう
I just realized they're playing Colors music in the background. I just noticed that.
かなわぬ11月8日世界同時発売なんで。
やりたいでも、いやまあやってみてもう本当気持ちいいんで、ソニック操作するのが、
はい
ですしやっぱね相変わらずめちゃくちゃかっこいいですし、もちろんね今後多分ソニック以外のキャラクターもナックルズとかテイルズとか出てくると思うんですけどね、そのキャラクターが出てくるのちょっと楽しみだなと思っております。
やっぱあれですね、田村さんもソニックの紹介ともなるとほとんどボケない。
確かに。
やっぱりこうちゃんとねやるときはやるぞっていう。
こういうの言わんかったら誰も気づかんのよ。田口さん。
前田さん、やっぱプロってのはこういうことですよ。やるときはやるっていうです
確か
ね。
にでも思ってました。意外と真面目な人なのかなって。
違うそんなんじゃないそんなんじゃないよ、そんなんじゃないよ。
That's a lot of talking for a little gameplay.
ですよリモコンですよ。
違うと思うんだ。
それは違う。
さあというわけであっという間にエンディングのお時間が来てまいりましたけれども、前田さん、
はい。
今日はいかがでしたか。
今日はまあ2回目だったので、さほど緊張せずに大丈夫かもなっていう気持ちで来たんですけど、今日ちょっと初めてのこと多すぎて。
It's not over, chat. We got more footage to react to. Relax. The Sonic will continue.
なんじゃなくて、
和らいでないですよ。
和らいでないの？
そうちょっと初めてのこといっぱい体験させていただいて、すごい勉強になりました。
いやね、でも田村さんね、素晴らしい逸材でしたよね。
いやいやもうね、こっちからとしたらもうやりやすいに越したことはなく、いやもうなんか本当2人でやっていく。
Which footage? Man, look at all these tabs. We got tons of Frontier shit to go through. Even if this stream is done, which I don't know if it is yet. We got tons of shit. We ain't done. Stream's not over.
今日本一のリモコガールですよ。
We got way more shit to go through. Ugh.
第2、第3のリモコガールが
意識持っていかんと。
やっぱり1位の座はずっと持ち続けないといけないんです。
そうよ。そうすると隣にライバルがいるでしょ、ライバルが。
Name one Sonic game where you just play a Sonic that isn't adventure.
じゃあこのギラギラした目。
What do you mean you just play as Sonic? Adventure, you play as multiple characters.
でもこままね、今日はやっぱちょっと今までにない感じの特殊なセガニューだったな。
はい、そうなんです。最初はいらっしゃった時、今日もうリーモコ一色でちゃんとね、ゴッサムナイツとソニックフロンティアっていう大事なタイトルをちゃんとお届け
They mentioned Sonic Frontier.
なんとね、ゴッサムナイツではもうすごい 愛を持って語っていただき、ロンティアでも真面目に
真面目に
違うそんなんじゃないって言ったでしょ。
みんな知ってる
そんなんじゃ
村田田村さん真面目
ソニックだよ。
めちゃめちゃソニックではないの。
ソニックだよ。
ソニックではありません。
リーモコちゃんソニックだよ。
リーモコちゃんソニックではありません。本当に素晴らしかった。
素晴らしかった。
Alright, I don't know if we'll get more gameplay from that.
任せてくださいよ。
西村さん。
Anyway.
今回ちょっと面食らいましたよ。お
いやー
宅の事務所のスターがいたじゃないですか。
そうですね。まさかこんな近くに。
I suggest you watch Bad Net Mechanics video. I've already seen that actually.
もともといたみたいな感じで
びっくりですよ。本当逸材で、
ね
まあリモコ先生と今後一緒にリモコガールで何かね見れたらいいなと思いますけども。
西村さんはリモコが
Alright, cool. We got quite a few things to go through. Sonic Official played Frontiers for probably longer than what this stream was. But they were only on Kronos Island, but there were some things in there that we need to talk about. You know. But before we do that, we gotta talk about the length debate, which people will not let go. This is from the Sonic Official live stream. It says here, both save files have 20 plus hours on them, and one of them might not even be fully complete. The 20 to 30 hours claim was true. So we look at the screenshot from the Sonic Official live stream, and their argument is that, again, both save files have 20 plus hours, and one of them might not be fully complete. Alright, so let's break this one down. There's only one save file. One of them is an autosave. Autosave. Slot 1 says 20 hours. Then they haven't manually saved for a few hours, and it's gone to 22 on autosave. So it's not both files, it's one file. So to say one of them might not be fully complete, there is only one file. Right? So when they went live with the game, the question is, if they got 20 hours on the save file, and they went live on this save file, and they're in Kronos Island,
That's 50%.
and he's maxed out on all levels, right? Wouldn't the assumption be that the game has been completed, and he's on the 100%ing stuff, right? That he's already done the main game, and he's just doing extra shit. Clearly a lot of extra shit if everything is maxed out. Everything is maxed out. Because if we look at, if we go back to Chaos Island gameplay right now, I need Chaos Island gameplay with the HUD. Alright? Okay, Chaos Island gameplay is the third island. And what level are they on here? Level 12, level 14, level 1, level 1. They've only done that much leveling up. The rings are capped at 400. And this is Island 3 from IGN Japan. Here it says level 26, level 25 on Ares, level 33, 31, level 9 on Kronos. We go back to the Sonic Official stream, 999 rings, max. So again, 22 hours, everything is maxed out. So remember, Kishimoto said 20 to 30 hours just to beat the game. Double that to 100%. Double, so you're looking at 40 to 60, according to Kishimoto. Now, just because the levels are maxed out doesn't mean he's done everything, right? He could have maxed out Sonic and still not done a bunch of cyberspace or Biggs fishing or whatever. That's possible, I don't know. But we can safely assume that if they're making it to the third island, right? If they're making it to Island 3 on level 9, level 5, and yet this dude from Sonic Official is maxed out on Kronos on a save file that's got 20 hours, we can safely assume he has well already beaten the game and has done extra shit, right? We can safely make that assumption. That if he's got a 20-hour save file and he's on Kronos, he's gone back to Kronos after beating the game, and he's doing extra shit. So, I don't see how that confirms the game is 20 to 30 hours to beat. Is that fair? Someone said it's auto-maxed. Why would it be auto-maxed out? Why would they give journalists an auto-maxed out Sonic when literally every other piece of footage we've gotten is not auto-maxed out? Some Call Me Johnny got to play the game. They gave him set save files, right? In fact, we could talk about that now. This is from Johnny's video. They had set save files. You go onto Chronos, there's a file there at a specific point. You go to Ares, there's a file there at a specific point. You go to Chaos Island, there's a file there at a specific point. So clearly, this is the only footage we've seen where it's actually maxed out, is the Sonic official live stream. This dude has beaten the game and has come back to Chronos. No one has been at Chronos with a maxed out footage. So again, I don't think that proves the 20-hour claim. Anyway, this tweet says, this is time of the save files from Johnny's video. They got through Chronos at 2 hours and they were at Chaos at 11, so it seems the areas are fucked on longer. Okay, let's break this one down as well. Now the first slot is autosave. So slot 1 says 2 hours 23 minutes and that looks like Chronos. Slot 2 says 2 hours 33 minutes and looks like Ares. So I don't see again how this proves anything, right? Because I guess the assumption is that, well, it says 11 hours on the third island, therefore the third island is significantly longer than the first two. But it also says 2 hours 23 on slot 1, that's on Chronos, and 2 hours 33 on Ares. We don't even know what point that they're at these islands. We don't know the situation here, but you know, I don't really know what to say here. Like, is this the start of Chaos Island? Is this the very end of Chaos Island? Did he get to the fourth island and decide to travel back to the third? I don't know. Is it a completed file and they went back? Is it we were on the fourth island, went back? No idea. But this is not some kind of evidence of a 30-hour game, I don't think. To be at the third island with an 11-hour file. We don't even know how much extra shit they did, remember? Like, if Mitchell Saltzman, who's the IGN guy, said he beat Chronos within 3 hours and basically got half of the emeralds, well, 3 out of 7, because you can't really get half of 7. He got like 3 of the emeralds in an hour and a half for, was it Ares Island? Which it insinuates 3 hours for Ares as well. Then this could just be extra shit. You know, if it's 3 hours an island, that means that you'd be at 9 hours by the time you finish Chaos Island, if you just stuck to the program. A few extra hours could just mean you did a bit of extra shit, you know, did some more fishing, did a little bit of extra shit, or use the same save file multiple times. I don't know, okay? I don't know what the logic is here, but they invited people to Hawaii. Johnny was there. Apparently Alpha Rad went there. Whatever the situation is with these save files, this is not some kind of conclusive evidence that the game is secretly 30 hours to beat. And then obviously everyone ran with it. Kishimoto was right. Wonder how Premi feels. In before, you're in a new Premi video. Well done, you're in a new Premi video. Well, you're in a stream, but yeah, there you go. And this is some pictures from the Hawaii shit. I still have this tab open. Oh yeah, this was another one that showed up. I can't play the music, but this was like, someone said, I'm excited to see all the AMV style combat compilations from Frontiers finally drop. This is a video showing like nice little stylus sections of the Frontiers combat, so we can watch that. So it's nice little shots of just like things being pulled off in the combat. And the animations look really sleek for this. Now, again, this looks fine, but people were taking this and then making the argument that this is so much better than Unleashed because the animations and whatnot. And animation-wise, it looks fucking sick. But there was one reviewer who said this, I can't remember who it was, but I agree. They said it looks very sick from an animation standpoint, but you're actually not doing that much from an actual playing the game standpoint. And that's the thing that people seem to be missing when they do these Unleashed comparisons, is that you still have to play, right? Nonetheless, when the game comes out, you guys will see that part anyway. But we got Iizuka interviews to get into. Gaming Bible has got one. Gamer Hub TV has got one. So let us see what Daddy Zook is saying about Frontiers. See if we can get some interview tidbits.
So first question I want to ask is, what's it like being here in Hawaii, seeing people play your game for the second time since its announcement?
So a lot of people have been playing the games at Gamescom and at Tokyo Game Show, and it really made me
Someone said it could be auto combo. That's another thing I said as well. It could be auto combo.
happy to hear that a lot of people played it and really liked it. As far as coming to Hawaii, I'm so glad the press could come out here and get to play all the way up to the third island and get to experience things that the first time anyone in the press has experienced.
Now, as a gamer, I was presently...
So again, this is more footage of Chaos Island. See that level 10, level 10, level 31, level 33. They got 455 rings. You go back to the Sonic official stream, maxed out on their 20-hour file. Maxed, right? So just a reminder, when people start hounding us about the length is guaranteed 20 hours or 20 to 30 hours, no. Okay. Right, that's the wrong video. Whoops.
Surprised by, you know, how well the game played and how diverse it was and the activities you could do on the island. But the thing I couldn't get away from was your Twilight Princess type of feel that I had while playing it.
Why are they playing Colors Ultimate music? Ugh,
Was
cringe.
you guys inspired to it, Team Sega, to kind of have that same aesthetic and feel?
So Sonic has traditionally been a high-speed linear platform action game. And when we think about developing this similar game for the next 10 or 20 years, we felt it's not going to really be enough to meet the needs of the player. And what people want is more freedom and ability to go wherever they want and do whatever they want. So that was really the idea behind what we created, which is the open zone format. And this open zone format, you know, has never been done before. We're trying to look at other titles out there in the marketplace, and we couldn't find anything.
What do you mean it's never been done before? Other titles, like, they act like they done something that's never been done in gaming history. Like, relax, okay? Like, Odyssey exists. There's plenty of other examples, but, like, they acting like... like, if you said it's never been done before in Sonic, even that's a reach, because SA1 exists. But, like, to say it's never been done before, I mean, like... You know, I don't know. It just feels like they exaggerate a lot when it comes to that shit.
That had that linear platform action gameplay, but in like an open environment.
Literally, Odyssey did this. Literally, even Bowser's Fury did this. All right, I don't understand.
And that's what we were challenged to do, and that's what we ended up.
Yo, Stevie D donated $2. Said original Colors OST greater than Colors Ultimate OST. But I mean, that's like the general consensus, right? I mean, pretty much everyone says that. I mean, the EDM was not as good as the original music.
So I know a lot of people look at our game and maybe they say, oh, it's an open world Sonic game. But that's not really what it is. And we haven't seen a game like Sonic Frontiers out in the marketplace ever. We haven't seen that kind of expansion on the 3D platform action, especially for Sonic. It's a high-speed platform action, like linear game, taken to this open environment and turned into
literally Odyssey.
So we really feel we're kind of out there making something new and interesting with the open space.
Now, can you talk about, like, I played it, but the people who didn't have a chance to play it, you talk about the characters that you revealed today at the demo that people will interact with and help as Sonic goes on his adventures.
So as you see in the opening cutscene for Sonic Frontiers, the adventure starts out with Sonic, Amy, and Tails.
What do you mean, as you see in the opening cutscene? That was a leak. You didn't actually show that to us officially. So when you say "as you see," I mean, I'm guessing these people saw it, but I mean, given that the interview is going to be for us to watch, the way they say, as you see, like, we don't know what you're talking about. Technically, we don't know. I mean, we saw it because it leaked, but, like, we don't know, right, officially.
As they go on their adventure, Amy and Tails are kind of lost, and Sonic doesn't know where they've gone, so he does need to find Amy and Tails. But as he found on the second island, we run into Knuckles. Why is Knuckles here, and why is he here, is really a question that we're presenting the player, and we have an answer in the form of a short-form animation that we will be releasing.
So the animation will explain how Knuckles got to the Star 4 Islands, because the opening cutscene is obviously Sonic, Tails, and Amy. So Knuckles wasn't there when they went to the island, so it was like, how did he get there? What's the explanation? I guess for Big being on the island, there's no explanation. That's just, well, he's big, so we don't take him seriously anyway.
And it goes into the backstory of, what Knuckles is doing here on the islands. But yes, as we talk about the main objectives of Sonic Frontiers, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy are all characters that Sonic needs to save in order to progress in the story.
Now, when you're writing the story...
So they say Tails, Knuckles, and Amy is who we have to save. So I'm guessing it's a character per island then, because they haven't officially revealed the last 2 islands. So maybe there's 2 more characters we got to save.
Is it difficult to choose who's going to be involved in Sonic's adventure, because he has so many allies and enemies, you can't please everybody?
So yes, when we talk about the characters, Sonic is obviously there, but his closest friends are really Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. So in the very beginning of the concepting phase, when we wanted to have a game about Sonic saving his friends, from a branding perspective, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy are always there with Sonic. And when we talk about Sonic saving his friends, those 3 characters do immediately come to mind. So we wanted to put them into the main story. But kind of as fan service, we know a lot of people do like this character, so we wanted to find a way to slip Big the Cat into the story and have him appear on the islands.
And it's funny, too, because no matter how many characters you put in, fans will always be like, well, you forgot this character, or where's Shadow, or whatever. Is that any difficult on your end from the design team to be like... I know you really like it.
Yo, Marshall, with a $2 donation. This comes off as so pretentious. It's not an open world game, it's an open zone game. What they've described as a sandbox. A sandbox has existed in video games for the past 20 years. Even SA1 had a semi-sandbox. Yeah, I mean, SA1 did this before. Obviously, it wasn't as big because it came out in 1998. But to say you haven't done it before, like you entered the levels as if they were, portals, like cyberspace. And you had an open world with multiple areas that you could travel to. You went from Station Square to the Mystic Ruins to the Egg Carrier. It's the same thing, just not as big because it's an older game. So I don't understand how they're acting like it hasn't been done before. Now, admittedly, there wasn't as much platforming in the open worlds in SA1, like in the hub worlds or whatever. But again, it's been done before.
We included everyone we could.
So yeah, it really depends on the storyline and what we need for not only the gameplay, but the storytelling happening. Sonic, of course, is the key character that we need to focus on, but kind of what characters support Sonic on the adventure or in the gameplay, that always depends on the stories we want to tell and the gameplay that...
But again, I am surprised how much 2D they managed to fit in an open zone, right? Like a lot of 2D for a game that's open world, like a lot. Okay, I don't understand why they managed to do that much 2D in an open world.
We need, and if it's important for the story or for the game to have a character, become part of the game, we'll definitely add them in. But it's really dependent on the story of the game.
Wait, is this 2D too? Like this big open space here, and you're still in 2D?
I got a lot of flack at my Summer Games Fest interview for not asking you enough about the story. And since you've done Tokyo Game Show and now this, what can you tell really eager fans that are chomping on the bits to really dive into the story? Like, what can you tell us new about what's going on with this world and Sonic and his friends?
So yes, one of the very important points about the story is that when we arrive at the island, even Sonic himself doesn't know what he's doing there, why Amy and Tails have been captured, who's captured him.
2D automation is easier to implement. I mean, 2D is easier to implement, to be fair.
Why they captured them?
Is there really a reason for it to be 2D? Can't they just take off the camera restriction? I mean, even if you remove the camera restriction, it'll still be a 2D section, though. Especially... I I don't know. I guess people find it easy to platform in 2D, which is why they made it a 2D section in the first place. To make it 3D means that you could make it tougher and make it more involving, engaging.
Kind of everything that's going on the island, Sonic has no idea about. And part of the game, the reason why we did it this way, is we want players to play the game and go on an adventure with Sonic and learn about what's happening on the island, learn about who's here, why they're doing what they're doing, and everything going on the island as you're playing with Sonic, who also has no idea what's going on. So I don't want to talk too much about the story, details. I don't want to get into too much with people. And I want other
this
people,
person's
when they buy
speed
the
is
game
turned
and
up to
play
the
the game,
max. Whew.
not to go and spoil a lot of the story elements, because the purpose of the game...
Look at that popping, my god.
Not to go and spoil a lot of the
Even Heroes has got like a setting in the popping where it like fades in smoothly, so it doesn't feel as like overly like appearing, right? It's like it's smooth. Here, just objects just pop
the
in.
purpose of the game and the way it's being presented
Imagine the Switch version, my god.
is for you to understand the story when you're playing it as along with Sonic. You're supposed to experience.
Yo, Supersonic Panda with the $2 donation. How's your day been so far? I woke up, I went live, and that was pretty much it. Nothing really special. Just went live, watched people play charades and other things, and now we're talking about the Sonic.
It's all the events that happen alongside Sonic as they're happening.
Speaking of that, you do have an interesting new character that's very mysterious. Sage is treating Sonic almost like an enemy. What can you tell us about Sage? No spoilers, but what can you tell us about that character?
So yes, the Sage is a very mysterious character, and she's very kind of aggressive and antagonistic against Sonic in the beginning. But we want people to kind of experience that, and as they're playing the game, kind of understand, why does she tell Sonic to leave the islands in the very beginning? Why is she doing this? Why is she turning the Titans against Sonic? These are all the mysterious elements about the character that we want people to play and experience and get from the storytelling in the game.
Yeah.
The whole selling mystery, when the game leaks early because people got the game early, they're just going to spoil all the mystery anyway. And then by the time you're playing, you already know all the answers. Well, that's the sad thing about mystery. If mystery was able to be done in the internet era, then we wouldn't have known that Toby and Andrew were in No Way Home until we sat in the cinema. LPC games with the $2. Sonic PC ports haven't been to AAA standard in my opinion. I mean, no, they haven't. You know, Forces should have been 4K, DLSS. Maybe not DLSS, it was old, but you know. Stevie D donated $5 and said, has it been confirmed that 60 on all consoles except Switch? I know that PS5 is gonna do 4K 30, 1080p 60. So I'm assuming Series X is gonna be similar to that. I don't know about Series S. I'm sure Series S will be able to get 1080p 60, right? I don't know. Maybe not. You know, but if you got a PS5, you're safe if you want 60.
If I remember this right, the cyberspace levels are very indicative of Sonic Adventure 2. They hit me right in the heart there. And I saw, gameplay elements from like Green Hill Zone and other past Sonic games. Can you talk about this cyberspace zone and what players will experience when they run through them?
Yeah, cyberspace is the digital projection and the kind of like the digital creation of things from Sonic's memories. So places like Green Hill Zone, Sky Sanctuary, the places Sonic has been before are being recreated as digital kind of environments for Sonic to run through. And because of that, it's really everything that he's experienced will kind of come out in cyberspace. And it's a really big part of the game.
Someone said 4K 30 is ridiculous on PS5. No. If it's native 4K 30, no. Because a lot of the games that are running at 4K 60 on PS5 are using upscaling.
Game content, if we took out all of like the cyberspace levels, we could probably make just a standalone linear Sonic game out of it. But the development team really want to take it even one step further, and they want to
imagine if the game was just cyberspace. The flack they would get for the reuser levels would be way greater.
to make content that our fans would definitely pick up
They probably just call it Generations 2 and call it a day.
on a lot of the creative kind of Easter eggs that they've put in there. So yes, it's obvious.
They call them Easter eggs, creative Easter eggs. No, you just copy level design and environments from the 90s.
One step further, and they wanted to make content that.
Marshall donate $2. Said it's not even SA1. I'm thinking something like Elder Scrolls, the Just Cause games, GTA, Saints Row. I just kind of hate how they pretend this open zone concept is unique and has never been done before in a video game. Well, I mean, the goal is to fool the kids, right? Because like adults know, we know SA1. You know, they don't port SA1 anymore, but we know, like in general, that games do this. But if you're like a kid, you were like 5 when the first Sonic movie came out. You're like 7 now, and you're watching this video, and Iizuka's like, "This is the craziest thing. It's never been done before." You're harassing your parents to buy it for you, like. It's just marketing at the end of the day. We all know it's cap. You know, it's like when you buy a new laptop and they're like, it's got a 30-hour battery life, and you buy it and it's like 5 hours when you actually use it to do shit that's not staring at one picture. So they're gonna say whatever they're gonna say, but we all know that they're hyping the shit.
Our fans.
Just like when they said the game was 20 to 30 hours to beat, that was cap. But again, people need to play it for themselves to realize it was cap. All these people that were saying Prem was lying, when the game comes out, they're going to have to spend extra long on their files to try and hit that 20-hour mark, and they'll know at that point, you know, it is what it is.
Fans would definitely pick up on a lot of the creative kind of Easter eggs that they've put in there. So yes, it's obvious that,
hopefully Frontiers will get the other set. It's not in the settings.
Green Hills Owner Sky Sanctuary. The development team really want to take it even one step further. And they wanted to make content that our fans would definitely pick up on a lot of the creative kind of Easter eggs that they've put in there.
Creative
so yes, it's
Easter
obvious
eggs.
that, this is Green Hills Owner Sky Sanctuary, but even some of the level design is taken and repurposed and put in a different format for people to kind of understand as an Easter egg and kind of a wink from the game developers.
A wink, eh?
To the fan audience.
A wink. I seriously just believe that SEGA were like, "Oh, you're doing this new open zone thing. We don't trust you to do a whole new formula. So bring in old cyberspace. Use the environments that they love from the 90s. Copy the level design from the adventure era and the boost games that were well received. Therefore, people have to say it's good because they copied the level design from good games. That way, you know, the reviews won't be completely shit." And then they did exactly that.
The first time, and a Sonic fan will correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time we've seen Sonic have RPG-like stats, ring capacity, speed.
It's not the first time there's been RPG stats. Unleashed did this. It's been done before once again, but, you know, we'll pretend it doesn't exist, right? Leandre donated £1.79. Said disrespectful if they add Final Fortress in there. I mean, look. If we're gonna rehash level design, then I want to see Heroes levels. I mean, it's gonna be inferior to the original game, but I still want to see Heroes levels because, you know, if you're gonna copy level design anyway, you might as well copy from the GOAT. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing Egg Fleet. You know, if we're gonna be copying, then at least copy from the GOAT. You know, it's not gonna surpass the original, definitely not in terms of the feel and the complexity and the difficulty. It'll be a more automated version. But, you know, Egg Fleet would still be nice to try out.
Defense attack. What did that open up for your team creatively?
So what was he saying?
But this is the first time we've seen Sonic have RPG.
Oh, they were lying about the RPG elements, yeah.
Stats, ring capacity, speed, defense, attack. What did that open up for your team creatively?
So yes, Sonic is, you know, an action character in an action game. We're not doing a role-playing game for Sonic Frontiers, but we did want to have, you know, Sonic being able to...
Oh, one of the Steam achievements just showed up at the bottom of the screen there. It says, achievement unlocked. Hermit Coco encountered.
We did want to have, you know, Sonic being able...
Someone said, now 4K 30 FPS should not be allowed on current consoles. That's ridiculous. If you can't do native 4K 60, then drop the graphics a bit or use DLSS. I mean, Spider-Man PS5, that's like the gold standard. That's Insomniac, right? They have the best performance on the consoles. So using that as like the baseline is not true, right? PS5 cannot handle native 4K 60 on any graphically high budget game. if they're running it at 4K 60, it's up-resed, right? It's AI upscaling, it's something like that. It's not native at all. So 4K 30 is not even ridiculous for a PS5. PCs are still struggling with 4K 60 in a lot of games. I still use DLSS and I've got a 3080. And to get 4K 60, I'll be using DLSS all the time. Spider-Man on PC, 3080, I still use DLSS on 4K 60. So PS5s are not doing any native 4K 60. It's all hacks and tricks.
We did want people to be able to clear the game using only the base skills that you have at Island 1. If you have the technical skills, if you have the play, technique, you can beat the game without leveling up or improving or adding anything to your skill tree.
Alright, so that's something interesting there. Alright, Iizuka has basically said you can beat the game without upgrading at all. Like, no leveling up, no getting stronger. So that's a very interesting point there. That could be an interesting challenge, to just not level up and see if you can still beat the game. Although I don't know how much harder it will be. It'll probably just be more tedious because your damage would be less efficient and your speed will be less and all that. It'd probably be easier to just level up and just, have a fairer time with the combat, I guess. But it's kind of an interesting point because a lot of games of true RPG elements, they kind of make you level up. Like Unleashed, for example, I've never attempted to beat Unleashed without leveling up. And in fact, now that I think about it, I kind of want to attempt that. But like, what happens in Unleashed is that the enemies get tougher as you progress through the game. But then Sonic also levels up. Like, the Werewolf also levels up. So it doesn't feel significantly tougher because you're also stronger. But then you'll be playing like Eggman Land, and the enemies will take a similar amount of time to beat as when you first played Windward Owl Knight. But then if you take that leveled up Sonic and then go back to Windward Owl Knight, you realize that the enemies are actually way weaker, and you're just plowing through them now that you leveled up Sonic. So I think it's a similar thing here, where it's like, you could technically beat it on level 1, but realistically, you're gonna level up, and then the enemies will scale up as well, and then it will be the same kind of difficulty across all the islands.
But we did want to implement the skill tree, and we did want to implement improvements to speed or health or defense as a way to kind of give him more.
So what is the improvements to defense? If your health is rings, does that mean what, you lose less rings when you get hit, as opposed to if your defense level is lower? I don't even know.
Abilities, more things to do. He can run faster. He can boost longer. These are all things that we wanted to kind of fortify
Run faster,
and
boost longer
on Sonic's abilities and actions that he can partake in the game. Not just to make the game easier, although some people may find the game easier to level him up and have all these actions. But it's not just to make it easier. It's really.
Let me look at the map again quickly. Ares Island. I've forgotten what those little medallion things do.
Him up and have all these actions. But it's not just to make it easier. It's really to also make sure people are going out and exploring the world and finding all these things in the world and having them give you some use in the game. So yes, you can go find Coco as something to do in the world, and by finding
did he hit a spring there?
Find Coco as something to do in the world, and by finding Coco, you get rewarded by turning them in and improving your character. So there's lots of things to do. There's lots of things to explore.
Welcome back, my dear Coco. Thank you, Sonic. Should I grant you more power?
We wanted people to explore and have a fun time, and we wanted to also reward them.
Okay, so this is the power. Yo, Crush for Legacy Gamer, donate $8. Hey, Premy the Goat. Hope you're doing well. Hi from Sydney. Your vids make my day, mate. Wish you all the best, and this comes out the day I'm 17, LMAO. Man, you lot got money. You're 16, you got money like that? Whew. Man, I was broke at 16.
For finding all those things.
So like I said before, I mentioned
have a fun time, and we want.
Alright, so yeah, you go to the Coco, and you can either increase speed or raise ring capacity. So realistically, if it was me, I would increase speed because, you beat the game faster. Raising ring capacity, what's that gonna help you with? Like combat? You can side loop rings anyway, so I'm not worried about running out of rings in combat. So I literally just increase speed and do everything quicker.
To also reward them for finding all those things.
So like I said before, I mentioned Twilight.
So the speed level raises from 5 to 6. So that means that the finding of Coco is how you level up. Then you find the Coco, return it to the bigger Coco, and then you can decide what to level up, right?
Princess, but
Someone said if PS5 only can do 4K 30 FPS, wouldn't it be just better to have the lower settings on which is 1080p 60? And if that's the case, wouldn't people just get the PS4 version? The PS4 version doesn't run at 60 FPS. There's no 60 FPS for Frontiers on PS4. It's only 30.
I review
The PS4 is weak as fuck. It's old, dead hardware.
If I didn't mention Breath of the Wild, like inspirations on that. With that intention, I feel like there's a lot of things that are very similar, and that's not a bad thing. It's a very good thing. It's a great game. Like the Cocos, which obviously are replacing the Chow.
Man, they replacing the A. You better relax with that.
in this,
Nothing can replace the
game,
Chow.
And like the little mini puzzles you do, like in this.
Hey, I've sped you up. No such thing as too fast, right?
In this game, and like the little mini puzzles you do, like were you guys inspired by Breath of the Wild at all to kind of create a very open, diverse environment with plenty for the player to do?
So yes, from the development's perspective, they're going out and making an action game. So when they think about Breath of the Wild, like they see Breath of the Wild definitely as a role-playing game, and it's not similar at all to the action game that they're making. Yeah, there is the same freedom and element of freedom that has been applied to Breath of the Wild as a role-playing game, and they're making a linear, they're taking the linear high-speed action Sonic game and implementing freedom into there. But when we
look at this piss take. This combat gonna be a breeze with all this side looping. My god, all this side looping. Don't get me wrong, there's gonna be some videos of people doing stylish shit with the combat. It's just gonna be unnecessary stylish shit because the bare minimum gonna work. Yo, Crush 4 Legacy Gamer, $3. I work at McDonald's, life's tough, need it. I feel that, man. I feel the grind. My brother used to work at McDonald's when I was younger. Always used to come home with apple pie though. McDonald's apple pies. They go hard. Man, it's been a while. They go hard.
Oh yeah, there is the same freedom and element of freedom that has been applied to Breath of the Wild as a role-playing game. And they're making a linear, they're taking
the rings magnetize to you every time you silute them. So if you really are about to die in combat, all you have to do is run away from the enemy. Just enough that the enemy can't attack you, because they don't chase you really quickly. You just run away, silute some rings, and they will literally magnetize to you. So what that says is you don't even have to learn all the complex movesets that they've got. They're not even complex, but you don't have to learn the button layouts or for the combat abilities. And even if you don't want to, do that, you can just use auto combo, and then it will just do it for you on any difficulty. Even on hard mode, you can still use auto combo. So they've really made the combat easy. Now you can say I won't use the side loop for rings, or you could disable auto combo. But I'm just saying, for a hard mode, it shouldn't be that easy to cheese. Yo, Scaleball donated $9.99 and said that would be a fun and challenging way to play, unlocking your abilities, and not increasing your power and defense. Good to see you, Prem. Thank you for the donation. I don't know, the thing about playing it on level 1 just to get a harder experience, the problem is that when it comes to RPG elements, is that when you play on a lower level, it usually just becomes more tedious. It's like you're just doing less damage. Making combat harder is usually about an enemy that has tougher attack patterns and is harder to hit. Yo! Crush 4 Legacy Gamers become a member. Bet $10 people make sticks with the silute. What do you mean sticks? The badger? Or just what kind of sticks? I'm confused.
Linear high-speed action Sonic.
But yeah, like to beat the game on level 1, it feels like it'd just be tedious. Like even in Unleashed, like when you're at level 1, you're weak as fuck. So I wouldn't want to beat Eggman Land with a base level Werehog. Now it's possible. Because again, most of the enemies in Eggman Land you can skip, and the ones you have to do, it will just take you more time to defeat them because you're weaker in level. So again, it's possible, but it wouldn't be as fun for that reason. It would feel like more like tedium instead of genuinely harder combat.
Game and implementing freedom into there. But, you know, when we think about, is it an open world game? Is it similar to Breath of the Wild? You know, a lot of the people on the team love the Zelda series. They love Breath of the Wild. They've played it. But to them, they don't really see a similarity between the games.
Your combat system is quite frankly amazing and really in depth. I feel like you can play that game just mashing X, or you can master the skills and kind of do whatever you want. What went into that very in-depth combat system? Because Sonic has a ton of moves he can do, a ton of combos that he can trigger into that makes you feel very powerful.
So yes, because we made an open zone game, we're taking the linear 3D high-speed platform action format and applying it to this open free area. We're really enabling people to do and players to do what they want to do and what they like doing. So we don't have linear story progression. If
someone said we need Yoshihisa Hashimoto back. Who? What did he do? Let me see. Let's see. What did this guy do? Enemy programmer and adventure. Lead child programmer. I'm seeing programmer. I'm not seeing a lot of level design. Okay, it was the director for Unleashed and lead game design. Okay. Well, I guess he's got that.
there's bosses out there that are very obviously there as something to do battle against, if you don't want to fight against the Guardians, you don't have to. There are other ways you can play through the game. You can go do high-speed action stuff and still be able to progress through the story. So because the bosses aren't necessarily required in order to progress through the story, if the bosses aren't fun in the first place, why would you even battle against them? That was kind of the idea popping around in the heads of the development team, and they said, hey, all of the bosses we create have to be fun bosses, and in order to be fun bosses, we need to have Sonic be able to do fun things with the bosses in order to defeat them. Because if the bosses aren't fun, and you don't need to defeat them in order to progress, why would you even engage them? So that kind of led to the development of the skill tree, that led to the development of the boss types and figuring out what the bosses are going to be doing, how are you going to engage.
I guess you can't side loop rings over here, right? You're in the air.
Of the boss types and figuring out what the bosses are going to be doing, how are you going to engage them and win, and what kind of actions can Sonic do to make this a really fun effort. And the team spent a lot of time and energy making sure not only the high-speed action elements that are going to be key to the open zone world are in there, but the bosses are also created, designed, and implemented in a way that work with the new Sonic and his battle system, so the battle is also fun.
Now I have some fan questions here. So the first question they had was like, any plans for multiplayer or co-op play for Sonic Frontiers?
No, Sonic Frontiers is going to be exclusively a single-player game.
Do you think this game can pull over an 18 scores? Also, what would be the best thing to do to progress in the game? Well, I haven't played the full game, so I don't know what the best thing to do to progress would be. In terms of pulling over 80, I'm sure some critics will give it 80. But in terms of will it get an overall 80 on Metacritic, I don't know. Actually, what was the highest Forces score on Metacritic? Let me check that right now. Yeah, they got 180 on PS4. No 80 on Switch. The highest was 65 on PC. And the highest on Xbox One was... Well, they got an 85 here, 81, 80. Xbox users, they got 380s for Forces. So, it's possible. Crash Royale Legacy game was only $3. Said Storybook Game 3 looks lit and easy as fuck. Man.
And where is Shadow? Will we see Shadow? We want Shadow.
Yo, what's up, Bradley? The defense squad been your ass on Twitter. What did you do now, Bradley? Did you criticize Sonic Frontiers? Someone said, do you believe that, I've actually lost what I was reading. Do you believe that Frontiers will appeal to the normies? I mean, anyone who, you know, likes Sonic but doesn't want to learn mechanics could probably enjoy it, because, you know, it's it's easy like Forces, but with more ambitious, which I think will appeal to a lot of casuals. You sent me the tweet on Discord. Let me see. What did you do, Bradley? How did you piss off the community? Yeah, they're gonna be on your ass for that. Oh god, they're gonna be on your ass for that. What can you do?
I like Shadow a lot too, and I want to work to bring a Shadow into our games. So he's not in Sonic Frontiers, but I would like to bring him into more content in the future.
And then you showed us 3 islands today. Can you talk about any more islands we can explore as Sonic for the game's release?
5 islands comprise the Starfall Islands. So there's still 2 islands that have yet to be spoken about. But as we, this is an action game, and as we get to the end of the action game, these remaining islands are going to be a little bit more difficult, and we're going to be close to the end of the story. So things are really going to start...
So they're saying it's going to get a little bit more difficult, even though Kishimoto said there was no increase in difficulty. So Kishimoto saying no increase in difficulty, Iizuka saying it will get more difficult in the last 2 islands. I don't know what to believe at this point. Like, they're contradicting themselves.
Ramping up story-wise in the game.
So I'm going to be a little cryptic on...
I mean, like, we've seen the first 3 islands, and the 3rd island doesn't seem tougher than the first island. It seems similar in difficulty to the first island, similar in difficulty to the second island. Like, does Chaos Island seem tougher than Ares Island in any way? I mean, I guess there's lava there, so I guess it's an extra hazard. But aside from that, I'm not looking at Chaos Island footage and going, it's just significantly more challenging than Ares. So if from Island 1, 2, 3, all seems to be teetering around the same level of difficulty, why would they wait until Island 4 to just, like, ramp it up? I don't know. I'm not saying he's lying, but Kishimoto said there was no increase in difficulty. So, like, who one of you must be lying then, right? There's a liar. If one is saying no increase in difficulty, the other saying Islands 4 and 5 are harder than the others. Someone is stretching the truth here. Someone is capping.
On this question, because we weren't allowed to capture this footage, but when did Sonic do Dragon Ball Z better than Dragon Ball Z? I'm referring to the Titan fight. It was just the punch and the...
They're talking about the Titan, the Supersonic Titan fight that leaked. These guys got to play it, obviously. So they're talking about that. Johnny obviously played it as well, but couldn't really talk about it because they weren't allowed to. But yeah, the fight looks sick.
Like everything, it was like, this is amazing. This is incredible.
Prem, Kishimoto literally was talking about artificial difficulty. You misunderstood what he said. If I misunderstood it, then tell me why we've seen 3 islands and the 3rd island does not look harder than the 2nd island. 2nd island does not look harder than the 1st island. Maybe he just said what he was feeling. I know you really like it. I see like I'm a marketing for this is as gone as my test papers. I mean, I feel like they've done a decent job with marketing. I mean, they've shown more footage now, so it's not like they hid the game like before. When I made the video saying, have they shown enough? I don't think they had shown enough. Everyone was saying they had. I disagreed. But now they've actually shown a lot more. So I feel like by now you should know what this game is about. And, how much or how little you're going to like it or dislike it. They've shown enough for you to know. Right? I feel like.
What is the question?
Well, how are you doing Dragon Ball Z better than Dragon Ball Z is doing Dragon Ball Z? That's the question. How is this possible? What did you do? How did you nail that feeling of being so powerful?
So Super Sonic has been in our game since 1992, and for every title we put Super Sonic in, we're always trying to make him stronger and more improved than the previous version. So we've been iterating on Super Sonic for many years now.
What are you most excited about for gamers to experience in Sonic Frontiers personally for you?
So first and foremost, I want all of our Sonic fans who love all the games up until now, to enjoy the cyberspace levels because it is that, linear Sonic platform action.
So they made the cyberspace levels to appeal to current Sonic fans. I mean, it's a good idea, but Just the execution.
To enjoy the cyberspace levels, because it is that, linear Sonic platform action format with time attack, technical speed and prowess. But I do want them to come in and enjoy the new open zone format that we've created. And in addition, Sonic games up until now have very much been feeding the players kind of the next content that they're going to be consuming. So we go from one stage, you're given a stage, you clear the stage, and then right away you're given the next stage that you need to clear. But this is a...
Well, I mean, Adventure didn't do that. Unleashed didn't do that, but I guess we're still pretending those don't exist.
Different kind of format that we're now presenting gameplay in.
Look at the object popping, my god.
But this is a different kind of format that we're now presenting gameplay in. And this new content allows you to kind of freely roam around and explore the world as you like. So I really hope that people get to, not feel rushed, not feel like they need to rush through things and run as quick as they can, but really spend some time, take a walk around the island and explore and enjoy the game that we've created.
But Sonic go fast.
So, back on the topic I was just talking about, like the Kishimoto difficulty that someone said I was misunderstanding. Well, on the third island, remember... Critics donated $2, said they had the fans market the game, let's be honest. I mean, covering all those leaks was definitely marketing the game, but now they've started to ramp things up. But like, you had the first island. Remember that first reveal, and they showed the square puzzle in Kronos Island? And I was like, a lot of us were like, this is piss easy, what the fuck? And then the defense squad were like, stop complaining, it will get harder in the later islands. And then you come to the third island,
and run as quick as they can.
And then what do you see here?
Take a walk around the
you
island
see
and explore
a square puzzle. Does this look like, this is the third island, does this look like a significantly harder puzzle here? Like, you tell me. Maybe it is to you, I don't know. But I already know how to do this puzzle. So, I'm just sitting here like, when was it supposed to ramp up? I don't know. Like, this is the third island. By now, this shit should be crazy, right? It should be some intense, diagonal, I don't know, right?
But Sonic go fast. That's what he does. He's supposed to go fast. My last question for you is, Sonic's had a plethora of past games. Did your team look back and see what worked with past games and apply that to Frontiers? I bring it up again, Sonic Adventure 2, like, the muscle memory kicked in. I was pressing X to try to switch rails at one point because it felt...
Oh, I guess according to this guy, it's tough. I guess he doesn't want to go diagonally.
So indicative of that game.
It seems.
Just felt so good. That rail sliding in 3D that I was like, I had to... Oh, just hit the thumbstick. I don't have to press X. Just hit the thumbstick. Brought me back to glorious memories of that game on the GameCube.
So yes, the development team in Japan, we have a lot of different people on the development team in Japan. We have...
he got it now. He got it. Hey!
Decades now.
Look at that timer as well.
Game on the game. Just hit the thumbstick. I don't have to...
120 seconds to do this. Someone said, is there something you don't have a complaint for? Look. If there is something I see that I think is an issue, I'm going to say it. So, I don't know what you want me to do. Just pretend everything is fine? Like, if I like something, I'll tell you I like it, okay? Nothing is perfect. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of things I take issue with here. A lot of things that are too simple here.
Press X. Just hit the thumbstick. Brought me back to glory.
What question were they talking about?
Indicative of that game. It just felt so games and applied that to Frontiers. Plethora of past games. Did your team look back and see what worked with past games?
Past games.
To Frontiers. I bring it up again. Sonic Adventure 2, like, the muscle memory kicked in. I was pressing X to try to switch rails at one point because it felt so indicative of that game. It just felt so good. That rail sliding in 3D that I was like, I had to... Oh, just hit the thumbstick. I don't have to press X. Just hit the thumbstick. Brought me back to glorious memories of that game on the GameCube.
So yes, the development team in Japan, we have a lot of different people on the development team in Japan. We have those who have been making Sonic games for decades now, and we also have brand new team members who this is their first Sonic game that they're creating. But because we have such
There's a difference between giving critique and just being pessimistic. I literally have given critique. If you don't see that, I implore you to go back and look at past streams. I've said multiple times how they could change things and make them tougher. multiple times. I've given solutions. I don't just say this thing looks bad, period. If I criticize something, I usually say what they should do, in my opinion, obviously, it's my opinion, what they should do to make it better, right? Like this puzzle right here is too easy for Island 3. I suck at puzzles. I play Mario Maker. Puzzle levels will finish me. I suck at them. So if I'm looking at the puzzle on the 3rd out of 5 islands and it's not tough, it's not hard. It's as simple as that, right? It's as simple as that. I don't know what you want me to say. They have 3 difficulty options in the game, but it's just for combat. They could have done more with difficulty options. I've been saying this the whole time. I'm not going to just pretend everything's all hunky-dory.
And we have those who have been making Sonic games for decades now, and we also have brand new team members who this is their first Sonic game that they're creating. But because we have such a vast variety of creative...
I'm not even paying attention to what you're saying. Let me rewind that.
A lot of different people on the development team in Japan. We have those who have been making Sonic games for decades now, and we also...
So they're confirming that people that have been working on Sonic for decades are still there. I didn't say you didn't give critique, to be clear. I'm referring to the Unleashed comparisons, the runtime comparison. Well, the Unleashed comparisons is the logical comparison to make because Unleashed and maybe SA1 are the closest games to Frontiers within the Sonic library. That's why I keep comparing to Unleashed. You know, that's the only reason why I keep comparing to Unleashed. That's why I don't compare it that much to Colors or Heroes or other games. It's because it's the most similar, right? So this is going to get the comparisons. The length comparisons is because they told us a certain length. They were trying to sell the game on that length. They said 20 to 30 hours and then double that for 100%. So I'm allowed to be like, did they lie or not? It's as simple as that. Personally, I personally wouldn't have minded if the game was 12 hours. You know, if it was a really, really good, tough 12 hours, like challenging, super engaging. But in terms of if you say it's one thing and it's not, like if you say 20 to 30 and then I play the game and I beat it well under 20 hours, then, you know, as someone who spent money on the game, that is, you lied, right? And I'm allowed to accuse them of, you know, bumping up the numbers. But at the end of the day, again, I don't just say things for the sake of it. I always give potential solutions.
Also have brand new team members who this is their first Sonic game that they're creating. But because we have such a vast variety of creator types, of those who have been around for a long time and those who maybe have just joined, we do make sure that we're always going back and looking at the old games and looking at how they've improved and kind of learning from the past in order to better educate people for how to make great Sonic games in the future. Sonic Frontiers will be out November 8th on the PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and Steam platforms.
To be honest, you pushed that 30-hour rumor. I didn't push a rumor. It was an interview with the director of the game, and it was news. And I covered the news. It wasn't a rumor. I merely covered it and said, this is what he's saying. That sounds hype. And then more information came out, and it went, maybe he exaggerated a little bit. That's all that happened. They mentioned the time once in the interview. I get that dudes are coming for you, but people are getting the wrong idea that 12 hours equals bad game. I've said multiple times before. Again, I can't control how younger fans misinterpret what I say. But I've said multiple times before that the length is not the be-all end-all of the game, right? If I had a choice between 30-hour Frontiers, the way the gameplay looks now, or 10 hours, 2 hours an island, 10 hours, but it was like Unleashed difficulty, I would pick the 10-hour over the 30-hour like the way it is now. For the record, okay? Challenge is more important than length. So, again, I said it in my videos when I talked about the length. It's not the most important thing, but what made it keep coming up is because, well, I covered it the first time when Kishimoto said the length, and then when things started to come out that suggested the game was actually a lot shorter, I went, okay, you exaggerate on the length, which is a logical conclusion or a logical thing to bring up. And then after I did that, people start coming at me saying, Prem, you were wrong. You know, it's 20 hours, it's 30 hours because of this screenshot or because of that thing. And so now people are saying I'm wrong. So I'm like, okay, let me then give my rebuttal and be like, okay, no, but then look at this. So that's why it keeps coming up. Not because I care that much about it having to be 30 hours, but because everyone keeps saying I'm lying. And I don't like my reputation being tanked like that. Prem was wrong. You know, it really is 30 hours. Okay, buy the game, Sonic fans. Play it, get to the end, and see how many hours it takes you. Right? Unless you're playing with the speed at the bare minimum and you never level it up, I don't know. But if you crank up the speed in the settings and you don't suck, you get to the end a lot quicker than they're saying. You see, what would have made the game longer is if it was tough, because then you'd be dying on challenging shit and you'd be retrying, and that would increase the length of the game. Like Eggman Land, the first time might even take you a fucking hour because of how many times you die. The timer's just running. Once you know what you're doing, you could beat Eggman Land like under 15 minutes, even under 10 minutes. You know, so all of these things factor into the length. You know, if the game is so easy and there's auto combos and side looping rings, you're rarely gonna die. Mainly cyberspace because the control in cyberspace is booty, but you're not gonna die that much and you'll breeze through everything. IGN are beating islands in 3 hours. So again, it's all there.
Sonic is a massive gaming icon. Like even so, people who don't play games know who Sonic is. Does that make you feel pressure to deliver because it's such a big thing?
Yeah, since I've been with Sonic since Sonic 3, I've really been kind of working with Sonic and bringing all these bringing all the games to life for all this time. So if we talk about pressure, I don't really feel pressure. It's really just something I've been working on creating and been with for so long. But as we're talking about, you know, making games for such a long time, something to always keep in mind is what would the fans like, what have they liked in the past, and, you know, what would maybe...
Oh, wait, hold on. It looks like the processing is finally done for the Sonic Prime stream that I did. So it should be up again right now. Let me see. Yep, it's up again. If you want to see my Prime reaction, it's up.
What would they like in the future? It's something I'm always being aware of.
What difficulty is it that you want, basically? Is it Eggman Land difficulty where it's like, oh, that was me, or what? Well, a natural difficulty progression for 5 islands, like each island getting progressively more difficult from a level design standpoint would be nice. Platforming challenges that are actually like tough, platforming challenges that if you're good, you can do them significantly faster than those who are not good, because there's like little things in there that promote you to take risks, you know. And then because this game has got a heavy focus on combat, and there's 3 difficulty options for the combat should be significantly tougher in hard mode. No ability to side loop rings, no auto combos, you know, their attacks being stronger in hard mode by a significant degree, things like that. Harder to cheese, basically. And then the puzzles should be tougher. Anything that has a time on it, like those little time-based challenges where you like get from here to there within 50 seconds or whatever, the times should be cut down on a hard mode. All these are things that you would do to make the game tougher to beat. That's what difficulty options are for. But, you know, instead they give you like 70 seconds to like bounce 3 golden balls.
You spent a lot of your life working on Sonic, right? How has Sonic changed you as a person?
Changed me?
So yes, when I joined SEGA, I had only been living in Japan. I had never been abroad, lived abroad, or visited abroad. And I thought all of my life I'd just be living in Japan, doing what I needed to do in Japan. But when I joined SEGA, the first kind of Sonic game that I worked on was Sonic 3. And that's when I was sent over to America to make Sonic 3. And I'd never been outside of Japan then, but since going there, I was kind of meeting a lot of different people from different countries. These people have different ways of thinking about things. They have different languages that they're speaking. But one thing that was interesting was they were all enjoying the things that, we were making with Sonic. And so it really changed my mind and made me aware of this larger global audience that I probably wouldn't have had if I'd just always stayed in Japan and always just worked and made things for other Japanese people.
によってすごく視野を広げてくれたっていう印象はあります。
And I in Hawaii too.
Yes, in Hawaii.
So in Sonic games, the music can be quite a big thing, makes it very memorable. Certain levels like City Escape, the music on that, or even just Green Hill Zone. How do you choose the music for the game?
いろんなタイトルごとにいろいろ。
So it depends on the title. It depends on the game that we're actually making. But it's always left up to the sound directors, and we have two really good sound directors that I trust, Jun Senoue and Tomoya Otani. Both of these sound directors do a great job of understanding the game, understanding the what we're trying to do with the content, and then making music that really fits with that game. They all understand the game, they understand music, they love the characters, they love the product, and both of those sound directors are great people to work with, and they always make really memorable music.
2人なので、そういった面ではその2人をすごく信頼してます。
What's been your favorite thing about making this new game?
一番今回そのソニックフロンティアは。
So it's getting to work with the director, Kishimoto-san. He was the director on Lost World as well as Sonic Colors.
Why are you not mentioning Forces? He did that as well. You failed to mention the last game, mentioning Colors.
Getting to work with him was a lot of fun. He brought this idea of making core Sonic gameplay in open space. That was kind of the original concept that he brought to us. It was a real evolution of the gameplay that we had been making at that time. And that new idea was very exciting for myself and everyone on the team. But we also kind of understood this is going to be a very challenging kind of project to work on. So, what we're calling now is the open zone gameplay. But it was really born out of this really interesting idea and this challenge internally to create something new and exciting. And that's...
Is that Japanese stream still going? I'm actually curious now. How long did it run for? Okay, they showed Frontiers here. And then they yapped and it was over. What? Okay. Close that.
Really how it became this really fun experience. And that's how Sonic Frontiers really got created.
It's probably seen the Frontiers video on Roll Webs. I don't know who that is. No idea who that is. You talk about this video? Actually, I have that open. I do have that open. That is one of the tabs that's open. It's right here. Oh, okay, yeah, I got that, yeah.
Recent Sonic movies have been pretty successful.
Thank you.
Do you think this will help bring in like a whole new generation of Sonic players? Do you see that helping the game? Or just...
I wonder if Sonic Prime is gonna have some scene where they're playing Frontier. Oh, they can't do that. That wouldn't work. They'll probably just promote the game some way in some Prime in Sonic Prime. I don't know.
See them as separate things.
いやもう完全にそう。
So yeah, that's actually exactly how we see it. It's the movie has really brought more people into the games. It's really brought more attention to the character. If we had to rely on only our historic fans, there wouldn't be this like building of excitement and energy because everyone would already know about it, and it'd just be what it always was. But this movie has brought so many more people into the franchise that we really think it's going to be a positive thing for Sonic.
Do you have a plan for future Sonic games, or are you just going to see how Frontiers goes and then go from there?
まあ当然
Of course, you know, who knows what the future holds. We can't really talk too much about it, but the team always is, you know, trying to start new projects and new titles right away. So they're always working on something, but nothing we can talk about at this point yet.
Finally, what's your favorite Sonic game?
Here comes the cat.
こうだからね、
They're all his children. How do you make him do this?
そうなんですよ。やっぱり自分が作ったタイ
So yes, he does like all the games that he's created. You know, they all have some very important meaning to him. But if he had to choose one, Sonic Adventure 2 was probably the game that, you know, was not only fun to make, like when they were developing it, but then when it was released, it also was very well received. So that's kind of a unique title where it was not only fun to make, but also well received.
So he likes it because it was well received. I mean, it is the most well received 3D Sonic game, so I guess that is true.
I think a lot of people would agree. My favorite is Sonic Heroes. I used to play
Sonic
that
Heroes.
when I was younger.
Wow.
Yeah, the GOAT. See?
That's my
Thank you. Thank you.
The true GOAT.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you.
The true GOAT. That's what's up. You see, that's why they're called the Gaming Bible. That's why they call it the Gaming Bible, because they know the facts. And the facts is that Heroes is the motherfucking GOAT. Ghosty donated $5, said my top 3 Frontiers mod predictions are Soulsborne mod, higher stakes, more punishing enemy designs, engine tweaks, physics, etc. And probably a Shadow mod if it isn't DLC already. Yeah, I mean, Shadow will definitely happen, but yeah, the first two, I want to see those. Like, the higher stakes, like, a super hard mode mod, like, I know fans are gonna go crazy on that. Like, you know, I want to see a mod where they also, like, alter the terrain of the open zone to have more benefits to momentum and shit. You know, I want to see that as well. But yeah, like, increasing the stakes, making things harder, maybe even making the puzzles harder. If they make a proper hard mode mod, I'll play the whole game again just to try that out. You know, it's gonna be one of those things where you just have to leave it on. But yeah, the only reason Iizuka doesn't be saying Heroes is because, you know, he was crunched out to make that game because the other level designer got sick, so Iizuka was basically doing all the Heroes work by himself. So the experience wasn't as positive working on the game as opposed to SA2 when they're traveling to San Fran and taking pictures and shit. But we all know what the real goat was. We all know. What else have we got to check out? We got this pure cyberspace gameplay video. Now, I think these are levels you've seen before, but we can quickly go through it. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Oh, I did a collab podcast on Matt Has No Cuts channel.
Hello everyone, welcome to...
It was me, Matt, Sam, and Jaden. We debated and talked about Sonic Frontiers. So you can check that out if you want to see us talk for an hour about Frontiers. There's a part 2 as well that's going to go up soon. So if you want to hear 2 hours of 4 people talking about Sonic, you know. This is pretty much levels we've seen before. Disappear. Disappearing. Did I get the full version of the Sky Sanctuary theme? What, like a 30-minute extended version or what? So one thing I've noticed, well, they admitted it recently, because I knew it, I kind of noticed it before, but I didn't realize what was happening. When you lose your rings after getting hit, the rings don't get lost until you hit the ground. I don't know why they made that change, but if you notice, like, Sonic gets hit, nothing happens. He just gets like that damaged little animation, And only when he hits the ground do the rings come out of him. I don't know why they decided to make a change there instead of just losing the rings instantly. But it's something I noticed. Oh, we gotta hear this Chemical Plant music. Actually, let's watch all of these because I haven't heard all the music in this level of quality. Oh, that melody is so getting sampled. Listen to that. That's a Juice WRLD type beat. Listen to that melody. That's a Juice WRLD type beat. Yeah, that's literally a Juice WRLD type beat. Listen to that shit. Na, 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 na. Yeah, I could totally flip that. That's totally Juice WRLD. Right there. Once you get the full track for that, I could just bite that. Even that additional melody, that da-na-na, you could add that to like the chorus of the beat. Yeah, that melody is nice. Just take out all the EDM elements and just trapify the shit. Yeah, that melody, that'll be good for sampling. I mean, we really didn't need fully 2D cyberspace levels. Like, it was not a thing that I think anyone was asking for. Right, Chemical Plant. Alright, let's hear the song for this. Oh, this is the song that sounds like the Impossible Game Reject song. Boost levels without drift is just so bare bones. I don't know. The drift was so satisfying. You boosting fast and you hit a sharp corner and you're just like you hit the rail on the side. Like, I don't know. Like, without the drift, like, you can't do sharp turns, so you're just going forward. Where is the drift? I don't think we have one. There was one like leak of the controls that said you could use the drift in designated sections, but we haven't seen it yet. I mean, Colors had the designated sections drift as well, which was also annoying, but, you know, we saw that actually used. I haven't seen it here at all. Alright, let's hear this song then. My god, that was embarrassing. Again, though, like, cyberspace does control, like, booty, so, again, believe me, A lot of this is due to the cyberspace control my booty. And when I think of Green Hill and Sunset, this is not the music that comes to my head. But this song itself is not a bad song. It sounds like something closer to a Final World. Yeah, this song is a good one. I don't think it fits the environment at all. But this song, it's a good one. Someone said, I can't tell if the controls are bad or whoever playing this is bad. Remember, cyberspace has different control and physics to the open zone. I'm telling you, the cyberspace control is that bad. It's that bad. Like, you just don't, you feel like you don't even have proper control of the character. It's so weird. It's hard to put into words. Because the open zone doesn't, the open zone control is a lot better. Oh, God. Better than Forces physics? You see, again, this goes back to what I say about the level design has to complement the physics. You see, Forces physics are bad, but the levels are originally designed for Forces, so it works better with its levels. Cyberspace has got a bunch of levels that look like they're designed with better control and physics in mind, like especially the ones that take from the gens and, you know, SA2 and all that, but then you're playing it with the booty cyberspace control, so it actually highlights it even more, and that's kind of the problem. How do you get D rank? Alright, 2D chemical plant. There's a lot of EDM. I remember that section there was making the rounds on Twitter because someone showed this clip and he just fell to the ground straight away. No like momentum, like getting him up. And then the defense squad came in and showed a different clip of the same area where that didn't happen and said, oh, it was just a glitch. Which, I mean, it is a glitch. A glitch that I'm surprised they kept in the footage that they showed to us in marketing, but I mean, 06 did a better job of hiding glitches pre-release than this. Alright, it's another generic song. That was nice. The, you know, the upward movement on that was good. What is that? You can't boost up the loop? That was a C rank, okay. The ranks here are a little bit tired, that's good. Yo, CJ with the $5. When Sonic died before Inside Century, it actually sounds in pain for once, not just a wall. Boom Boomer for sure. I'm pretty sure this is the Japanese voice cast, so, you know, if you're playing in English, you're probably not gonna hear this. Not gonna lie, most of this EDM is boring to me. There's some exceptions, but yeah, so that's the ring loss thing. He gets hit there. And the rings come out when he lands. Don't know why they made that change. You think of Sky Sanctuary, you don't think of this EDM, so I don't know. I wonder how many of these side 6 levels are fully 2D. Yeah, you can see the Gen's assets, like, it's so blatantly obvious here. I might play some Gens today. Oh. Straight from Gens. Why is the defect there? Because that's how it was in Generations. Why would it be different here? Do you expect them to change something? I'm confused. Have we gone through everything? What's this one from IGN Japan? Hold on.
はい、皆さんこんにちは。10月26日分の今週遊んだゲームはよこ。
Oh yeah, there was some footage here. We can take a look at that, I guess. I don't know if it's new footage though.
そこでソニックを6時間プレイしてすでにねコンテンツとかもいっぱい出してるので、実際これ今回5回目だったんですよ。もう何回も世界中のいろんなイベントでプレイしてたので、その短期間でプレイしたらこれは結構いろんな発見のある面白いゲームであるっていうのは最初から分かっていたので、でも6時間プレイしたらこれは長くプレイしたら飽きないのかとか、実際にどういう流れになってるのか、どういうプレイループなのかとかっていうところが成長要素とか。そうですね。そういうところが
Nice, he light dashed his rings over there.
そうですね。そういうところがつかめてきたというのはあって、で、どういうゲームなのかというと、これは昔のプラットフォーム、3D プラットフォームによくあったそのひたすら物集めをしていくタイプのなんかいろんなものをコレクトするタイプのゲームで、まず各島、スターフォール諸島っていっていろんな島がある、これハワイみたいですね。いろんな島がある
It's the same footage. Man, you guys got good memory.
そこをクリアすると次の島に行くんだけど、ボスとかもそうで、ボスのデザインがすごく特徴的なゲームなんみたいな。
Yeah, I guess we have seen this
ち
before.
ょっとブレスオブザワイルドのドラゴンをちょっと思い出すんですけど、なんか遠くで飛んでるところ見て、いや神秘的だなみたいな。
All right, cool. We've seen that then. Scene. Oh, where's the other one? Oh yeah, this one. Let's take a look at this. Wonder why there isn't SA1 stages. SA1's got momentum in the level design. It'll be a lot harder to implement those stages in Frontiers. Imagine trying to do Red Mountain with those Frontiers cyberspace controls. What was this? Like some cinematic shots of the game? Okay. Yeah, so some cinematic, like, camera angles and shit. mean, this game's gonna bang in 4K though. Let's not get it twisted. Yeah, this is gonna bang in 4K. Is this Ares? Yeah, this area looks clean. There's a lot of cinematic shots here. Look at this. I don't think we've seen this white, this brighter yellow area in Ares. Is it gonna be 4K 60 FPS with an i5? I don't know about that. i5. I mean, it said you could get 1080p 60 FPS with the i5. Which probably means if your GPU is good enough, you could probably get 4K. But I wouldn't guarantee it. I don't know. You destroyed the flight enemy instead of flying with it. See how he ran in the air and he kept running like the classics. So this is what people are talking about when they say, oh, the combat is faster than the Werewolf. The question is, can I just stand right in front of him and he wouldn't be able to reach you with the missiles? Like that previous boss here, like this boss. Now we've done the tower boss in the demo. Like I played the tower boss. Now this one seems like a little bit more engaging than that one, if I recall correctly. This one kind of reminds you of Egg Hornet. You remember the first boss in SA1? He shoots the missiles at you, then he comes at you, and then you hit him. It's something similar to that. I seriously wonder if he's got auto combo on over there. But that one looks sleek though. Just flung him in the... Oh shit, he went high. He went high. We get much higher, so high. Oh wait, we can't do that anymore. We're not allowed to. Alright. We've seen this enemy before, but I'm guessing this guy's gonna play better than what we've seen before. The last time I saw this boss, the other dude was playing like really like us, so hopefully this guy is like slick with it. He side loops all the rails. I'm guessing to get the opportunity to attack. Did he teleport straight there? Yeah, I like the concept of this boss. I mean, it's simple, but it's fun. You side loop the rails to work your way up, and then you do the damage. It's probably one of my favorite bosses. I like the Sura as well, for the record. And then as you're trying to side loop the rails, they're putting hazards on the rails. So in this section, when you rail switch, would you press left to right on the analog, or would you press up to down? Something to think about. I don't think he was side looping. I think it was just boost. No, it's side loop, because explain this. Why is he not bluing here? You see, you heard the boost sound effect at the start, right? He gets there. So you hear the boost sound effect, but there's no blue. See, he starts and stops boosting, but he's still... Looks like he's touching a blue part of the rail, and then he continues it. Okay, but then that has nothing to do with whether he's boosting or not then. I mean, it still seems like a form of like rail side loop, but whether he manually initiates it or not. Like, I want people to remember this, and not to be a negative Nancy, because I know people are going to say I'm being negative or whatever. It's not even about that. But I want people to remember this when they look at the combat videos, right? Where's the thing I'm looking for? What happened to all the other videos that were here on Frontier? Which channel was it? It was that Shaq News channel, wasn't it? Yeah, I want people to remember this. They got a video showing the skill tree, right? So you can see all the moves on the skill tree and what they take to do. So this one is hold LT. Yo, shoot 267 with the $1. $1. Sonic Team ripping up the final boss of Ratchet & Clank 2002. I never actually beat that game, so I have no idea. But yeah, you could look at the skill tree here, and you can see this is hold LT to do that move. This one, the zigzag one, is LB, RB, attack. So you know what buttons you're pressing, right? and then you got that's auto combo. That's press RT in midair plus X. So you're in the air, you do R2 and then square, and then it does the homing shot. And then this one is press A during a combo, and it does the circling around. This one is press A when prompt appears. This one is just air tricks, whatever. And then press B during the combo. I'm looking for the big other one. Okay, so quick silent. I'm looking for the one of the hands. This is R2 plus B. That's Y plus B. Where's the good one? Here we go. So the one with the hands, because this is like, you look at all these really sick moves, and people look at this and go, see, this is way better than Unleashed. Again, that crazy move where he's doing all the shockwaves, it's like, oh my god, this is so like R2A. I'm not saying it needs to be some crazy Street Fighter shit. That's not the point I'm trying to make, right? I'm fine with it. I'm just making the point that don't sit here and act like this is so, like, this is like some super like intense shit and unleashes this basic ass combat, because it's not true. Okay, it's not. You know, R2A, and that move is getting done, and hands are gonna come out. He's gonna be shooting the shit out of his hands. So I'm just trying to make that point. Like, let's not pretend that this is here and Unleash is down there. This is not the case. Okay. Someone said Unleashed is a basic horse brawler. Sorry, this is a lot flashier despite being less intricate in control. Yeah, but the flashiness has nothing to do with the quality of the gameplay though. So, and again, Unleashed combat is not the greatest combat ever by far. If you think I'm trying to just defend Unleashed, you know, that combat is also pretty relatively simple compared to, say, a God of War, compared to, say, Spider-Man on PS4. But the point I was trying to make is Frontier's combat is not more intricate than the Unleashed combat overall, right? There are certain things you can do in Frontiers that look sleeker, but in terms of difficulty of engagement for the player, I would argue that Unleashed still has more. Especially if we're talking like the bosses, right? The flashiness can get stale after a while if it's not engaging. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make, that, you know, people are getting excited by the flashiness. I'm like, how much are you doing as the player, right? Because this scene here looks sick. This whole thing, you're in the air, spinning around. What is Sonic doing? What are you, the player, doing? Right? You're doing like homing attacks. Remember that. If you played enough AAA games, you know when there's moments where some cool shit's happening and you're not doing much. Someone said it's gonna get boring if you do the same combos over and over again. I mean, at the end of the day, you're gonna have to eventually do the same ones, because how many combos have you got? Not everything here is a combo, but let me see. You got this one, the cross slash, that's R2X. You got this one when the prompt appears. That's R2 and circle. That's Y. That's the stomp, air tricks, recovery smash. That's another prompt one. A during the combo. So that again, that whole move where he does the big like circling around. This is pressing A. So you have a combo, you press A, he does that. So flashy, flashy, flashy. But when you're actually playing it, what you're doing is, and then that's happening. So I'm trying to make this point because people will say I'm hating. I have to defend my stance because I know what I'm talking about. I've seen this before. When it comes to combat, it's not the flashiest combat that tends to be the most engaging for the player. It's that combat that you see people doing like crazy moves that they have to really master, right? Anyone who picks up this game is going to be able to do this. But if it was Street Fighter, you'd instantly be able to tell who knows what they're doing and who doesn't. If it was Smash, you'd instantly be able to tell who knows what they're doing and who doesn't. That's the only point I'm trying to make. So that's essentially it. Essentially, if you look at the moves here, if you hold like R2 or L2, especially R2, and then you press a button, you'll probably do a combo. Like, you don't have to memorize them specifically. You'll be able to figure it out. Game is stored with donate $5. I said, honestly, I'm waiting for the PS5 demo to drop before I think of buying the game. I don't think they're dropping a demo before release, though. According to the Sony thing, wasn't it like they had up to 3 months after the release of the game to drop the demo? So you probably have to wait a while before you even get that demo. Justin on Sonic Official had auto combos on. Oh, really? Oh, we're gonna have to check that out in a sec. I want to see what auto combos looks like. Did anyone ask them what arcade mode is in the game? What about DBZ games? They're also this type of control. I haven't played Dragon Ball Z like that, so I can't comment on that. I've forgotten who said it. Maybe it was Johnny, maybe it wasn't. But someone said it, like, the bosses looked really flashy, but the player wasn't doing much. IGN said it. If IGN are saying it and they like the easy shit, then that should tell you something. Someone else is saying Johnny said it. I don't even know. Did he run up the wall there? Usually you need like a slope to run up a wall like that. Was this the 70-second puzzle? Oh no, that was only one, so it was probably less time. Why are they caught in the middle of the level? Skyrail. Green Forest. Have we seen this before? Sunset Sky Sanctuary? You see this one before? I think that one was a bit different. Alright. What else have we got left to go through? I think we finished almost everything. We could watch Johnny's review and we could watch the Sonic official playing the game. I think we should probably watch the Sonic official first, and then after that we could take a look at Johnny's review.
% by the way. So you should be able to hear. How's that sounding to everybody?
Let's see.
This is at 50% by the way, so I can turn it down.
Yeah, 50% speed.
Sounds cool so far.
Yep, I can hear.
Sound good.
This is all good? When I do this?
So even though he says it's 50% speed, because his speed on the leveling up thing is maxed out, it's probably going to be way faster than like if you just started the game 50% speed.
This is all good? Alright, so what should we give him a sneak peek at? This is the very, very beginning of the game. So here's our first cyberspace.
Alright, so he's at the very beginning of the game. Right? And again, they'll say I'm being a negative Nancy, but he's at the very beginning of the game, but his save file has 20 hours. So when I said that was not proof that the game was 20 to 30 hours, there you go. He's maxed out, 999 rings, maxed out on everything. And he's gone back to the beginning to showcase the beginning of the game. He's done a lot of the game, clearly. Probably beaten the main game, done a ton of extra shit. I don't know if he's done all the extra shit, but enough to where he's been able to play for 20 hours, and he's gone back to the beginning. So the claim was 20 to 30 hours to beat the main game, and then double that to 100%, so like 40 to 60. So again, you go back to the other footage, you will see that people are in the third island, the second and third island. This is third island here, and they're at level 11, level 9, level 38, level 31 out of 99. Justin is on level 99 everything. See, the ring count here is 448 maximum. His is 999 maxed out. He's maxed out Sonic in 20 hours. So remember that when you guys think you're gonna spend 30 hours beating the game on main game, right? Not just extra shit will obviously take longer, but main game.
I can do that, or we can just roam around. What do you think? This is the very, very beginning of the game. So here's our first cyberspace portal. I can do that, or we can just roam around. What do you think?
More maxed out than Prem's credit card. Hey, please, I don't max out my shit.
Do a little
I got
roaming?
good credit.
Let's do a little roaming.
Let's do a little roaming. Come on, guys. They don't actually follow you, but they are with me. Ooh, yeah. All right, here we go. So, I think a lot of people have already seen this part of the game from our advertising.
I think the check mark just means you've done that already. So you can see like on the signpost there's a check mark. I think this is a copy to show off the gameplay. But if it was a copy to show off the gameplay, they still had to beat it though. It's got 20 hours on it.
Game materials and everything. But let's get...
I mean, why would they just give him a maxed out file so that he could show it off when he should actually know how to play the game by playing it? You know.
To the main part, and let's use our rail system. So, real quick.
Everything is maxed out. Like, look. He's got all the emeralds. The keys here says 62, 94 codes. Like, he's done everything.
Try not to spoil things. As you complete the map, those rails, these will build and allow you to traverse the island. There. There's my guy.
Someone's saying there may just be a thing where he hasn't completed the game but maxed out his stats. Again, I've said this before. These guys are on the third island. And look at their levels. Level 33, 31, 9, 11. Why would he max out his stats to level 99? Spend 20 hours in the game maxing out his stats to level 99 and not beat the game? Why would he do that? Right? He's maxed out 999 rings, everything. He's come back to the beginning to show off part of the game. Why? Who would go to level 99? Did any of you lot max out the Werehog before you beat Unleashed? Like, maxed out everything before you even beat the game? Like, did any of you do that?
Guys, hello, Coco. All right, so here.
They're so cute.
We'll get from one end to the other. Yeah, here we go.
I just noticed the music is different as well. Like, when I played Chronos, the music was different. Maybe this is some you've already beat the game happy music compared to the original music. You maxed out Day Sonic, but not Werehog. Yeah, pretty much.
Make that loop.
Now remember, I'm wearing a costume, so if I screw up, don't blame me too much, you know?
So the rails that you travel through the island are a lot quicker. Right. Basically.
So far, so good. Visibility is low, but we're doing alright here.
I can't wait till they mod in the roll momentum.
Alright.
To where it's
hey, look,
like...
here we are. The main part of the island.
You can't cheese it. Alright, so now he's skipped the tutorial area now with the rail. So Asura's over there, so I got to this area.
It didn't even take that long. Ooh. I don't want to fight you just yet, guys. Hold on, I'm showing my friends my cool video game.
I want to see what this auto combo looks like.
Oh, this is fun. Where should I go? Should I climb the tower?
Thanks you. Yeah, climb the tower.
Okay. Alright, here we go. We're running over.
See how fast it takes you to get to the tower.
Oh, well, I'm maxed out, so... Ah! I can't see very well. Oh, it's getting dark now. No! Why is it nighttime?
Oh, then day and night cycles. Oh, shit, I just noticed.
Oh, well, I'm maxed out, so... Ah!
That was a very quick day and night.
Oh, it's getting dark now. No! Why is it nighttime? I can't see! I can't see!
You're almost there.
Oh! How do I go? Oh, here we go. Alright. There we go. Tower! Woo!
You made it.
There we go. Okay, we're doing alright. We're doing alright. We're hanging in there. So, you can climb, and actually as you... If you see in the bottom left, there's some stats that are maxed out. One of those is basically strength. So as you level up in the game, you actually climb faster. So this is the fastest climb.
So when you level up your strength, you get stronger, means you can climb faster. Makes
climbing
sense.
speed in the game. But you can also run up walls if you hold down the right trigger.
So if you can run, then climbing faster has no benefit, right?
Very cool. Look, I'm already halfway there.
So I'm guessing these purple
Very
coins
cool.
is to like for customization, right? Like the gloves and the shoes that they're talking about.
Look, I'm already halfway there. Let's get on the rail. Here we go. Another one of these. Boom. Alright, which way? Here we go. Sweet. Alright. Ah, good bird's eye view here. And there we are. We're at the very tippy top.
Yo, Hutio donated $2. Said, yeah, this is absolutely Justin's personal save. I mean, yeah, it was obvious to me. I mean, people were like, they just handed him a save. Why would you hand him a save? If the game is that fun, then let him play it. It's obviously a save, right? It's not a mobile game where it's like, we'll just hand you a save because everything is pay to win. So we'll give you a save with all the fucking crystals and gems and shit, you know, so you can buy whatever you want. You know, it's a proper AAA game, right? Play the game, level up Sonic, and come back and showcase it.
Oh, look at that view.
Look at this view. Ooh, look at that guy down there.
Ooh.
Hey.
Someone said maybe climbing is necessary if there were 2 walls you have to jump off. Well, we'll see, I guess, when the game comes out. Justin owns the official Sonic account on Steam. That is his save. Yeah.
This is cool. Lots to explore here. Alright. Let's see, I think, yeah, here we go.
All the way back down.
That's really fast. All the way back down. Oh,
Oh no.
that's right. We have a stomp. We have a drop dash.
Drop dash is good. Drop dash is good.
There we go.
It's kind of weird though, because he's beaten the game. There's like what is he doing? He's just playing around the area, I guess.
I want to check out, where'd my guy go?
There's no mission that he's following. He's just kind of running around.
Here somewhere.
Oh, you forgot the seed. Oh, you're maxed out though, so I think it doesn't matter.
There he is. I think he's coming this way. I can't tell.
I think it's gone the other way.
I think
He's
he's
going the other way?
opposite way.
Ah. Alright, let's go chase him down. I think I can take this rail over here. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll catch up.
There he is, okay.
Oh, there he is.
I got him. Here we go. No, not you.
Oh, this guy's in the way.
You're cool too, but... No, not you. There he is. Hey! Come hither.
Get him.
Squid. Oh yeah, baby.
Show him what's up.
This might be a nitpick, but it's weird that the dash panels or ramps run at half the frame rate. They do?
Here we go.
I didn't even notice that, to be honest.
Give it to him.
Is this stream even running at 60 FPS? Oh, it is.
I haven't done this in a while, so. Alright.
Yo! I'm struggling to pronounce these names. Sis MLG donated $5 and said, do you think we're going to see a new Supersonic transformation? Maybe something related to that corruption we saw in his arm in the trailer. I think so. Probably some kind of new form. If you're getting Supersonic on regular islands, there's probably going to be some other form once you beat the game. You know.
Alright, let's see.
Not bad already.
Oh. I need to remember the combos. There we go, there's one.
You're maxed
There we
out.
go. Boom! Yeah, quick work.
Maxed out stats, you're a boss.
Very cool.
Wait, he's done? So look, he's maxed out, so his strength is through the roof. So he just completely obliterated that. Like,
Done this in a while.
he was there for like a few seconds. Do you
So-
see that? So as I suspected, the later islands will have stronger enemies, but because Sonic is leveling up, it won't feel tougher because Sonic himself will be stronger. So he's come back to the first island with the maxed out save file, and he just obliterated this enemy, which took way longer in other footage where they weren't maxed out. This is the only footage we've seen where Sonic is maxed out, because this guy actually works at SEGA. He's actually beaten the game. All these other journalists are getting pre-curated save files. This is a maxed out Sonic going back to Island 1.
Alright, let's see.
Not bad already.
Yeah, his health is moving quick.
I need to remember the combos. There we go. There's one.
You're maxed
There we
out. There
go.
you go.
Boom. Yeah, quick work.
He said he hasn't done this in a while. Does that mean the game enemies, the same enemies show us off the beat? I don't know. I would assume that the enemies will be the same in the same areas, but like off the beat in the game, they would just go back to where they were.
Maxed out stats, you're a boss.
Very cool. Very cool.
So as I said, like again, comparing to Unleashed because that's the closest thing. When you get to Eggman Land, the enemies take a lot of time to defeat, even though you've leveled up. And you feel like you haven't gone much stronger, but it's just that the enemies are also stronger in Eggman Land. And then you go back to Windmill Isle, and you're just ramming through enemies like it's nothing because of your stats being higher. It's kind of like that.
Where'd his thing go? Did he drop a gear for me? Yeah, maybe not. Oops.
Frontiers is definitely that kind of game that, for me, I think Frontiers is definitely that game that if I'm gonna replay it, you know, you have to create a new file. Like, cause see, Unleashed, I'll just keep my stats and just replay levels. But I think with Frontiers, if I feel like replaying the game, I'll probably just create a new file and just start again. Because if I'm gonna be in Kronos Island, all these enemies are gonna go down this quickly. Like,
let's see.
Like he's maxed out now,
I haven't done
so
this in a while,
you can't just play the open zone area.
All right, let's see.
This OP.
Oh. I need to
I
remember
mean,
the
Justin's not
combos.
even playing that well, and he's still
There we go,
defeating
there's
this thing
one.
quickly.
There we go. Boom. Yeah, quick work.
Maxed out stats, you're a boss.
Very cool, very cool. Where'd his thing
You can
go?
lower your stats,
Did he
really?
drop a gear for me? Yeah, maybe not. Oops.
I haven't seen that.
Let's see, where to next?
Let's maybe show off one cyberspace level and then probably call it. We don't want to show off too much.
That's true.
That's true.
Don't want to show off too much.
Which cyberspace should I go to?
Should we do
Ooh,
one
you
of
know what?
the
I know where to
ones?
go. I know where to go. Hold on. I'm gonna go to my favorite one.
So, I don't know if arcade mode is just allowing you to play cyberspace levels in a certain order, because apparently the map allows you to go straight there.
It's... Wait, it is this one, right? No, that's 1-3. This one, here we go. Nope, not that.
Yeah, he got caught lacking. He got caught lacking. He got caught lacking. Yeah, he leaked the island names. You got Rhea Island, hoping for some Better Call Saul references in there. And then Uranus Island. Let me see. Uranus. I can see why they didn't use that name. Because they said Uranus, sometimes written Uranus. Yeah, they're like, we can't use Uranus. You can't use Uranus Island. Oh, God. So apparently this island is the personification of the sky. So Uranus was the son and husband of Gaia. Wait, son and husband? The fuck is going on with this island? The son and the husband of Gaia? Man, which Gaia? Dark Gaia or light Gaia? Because, like, I hope Chip wasn't on some fuck shit. What was Chip doing? Talk about son and husband. Oh, God. Well, at least we know this island is sky-related. So, the Chaos Island is like volcano lava kind of related. So, the Lost Island is obviously some sky-based island. And then we got, what's the other one called? Rhea Island. So, Rhea, Greek mythology. The Titaness daughter of the Earth goddess Gaia. So Gaia's daughter. So Chip really been going around. Chip got a husband and son who's the same person. He's got a daughter. Chip moving mad. She's the older sister of Cronus. Or Kronos. But what does it look like, though? What's the visuals? What can we get from that? Like, visually. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the environments are going to look like, but I got no idea. No idea. Rhea, the second largest moon on the planet Saturn. So Rhea is also a moon. Maybe it's a moon planet related thing. I don't know. But dude leaked the island names. Got caught lacking. Now Zuka's gonna have to reprimand him for that one. A little bit. Just a little bit.
Nope, not that. Oops. Hold on. Gotta remember the buttons. There we go. This is the one. Okay, here we go. Is there fast traveling?
Look at those soap
Look,
shoes.
I got the soap shoes on. So that's what they look like in game for those of you who are curious.
Somebody asked for.
So yeah, that's the fast travel.
For close. So, yeah.
Well, I can't really get you that. Actually, I can get you that close. I will get you a close up. Just 1 second.
So his difficulty is on hard. That's for combat, remember? So he's got auto combo on, but difficulty is hard, which makes no sense because if it's a hard difficulty, you shouldn't be allowed to use an auto combo. But, you know, just put in the context there for the combat that he was doing, which was really easy. Obviously, he's maxed out. He's come back to the first island, so it's supposed to be easy because that's how RPG mechanics work. But just highlighting that.
Camera distance. Here we go. Let's get really close and see if we can get a good shot of those shoes. There we go. Take a look.
Nice. There they are.
There they are. Styling. Yeah. Okay. How about it? That's what I'm talking
We're
about.
all excited for you.
What's the bounce height setting for? I would assume it's for the height of the bounce.
They.
Wait, so is auto combo just holding the attack button? I mean, it just means you automatically perform combos. So if we go back to the this, see all these moves here, like press RT plus X, press A during a combo. What's the other one? There's other moves. Hold LT in midair, LB, RB, X. These are all combos, right? So auto combo, if I can get to it. Battle skills that have been unlocked will be automatically activated during combos. However, damage dealt will be reduced. After unlocking a skill, you can toggle auto combo on or off. So it just means if you've unlocked a skill, if you've unlocked an ability and you're able to do it, it will just do it for you without you having to tell it to do this move or do that move or do that move. So it's basically an easy setting. Now again, nothing wrong with having an easy setting, but it's like, why would you be allowed to do auto combo on hard difficulty? I just feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of hard difficulty, but it's there, so I'll probably try it out when I play the game. I won't leave on auto combo for my whole playthrough, but I want to see what it's like, so I'll put it on and test out a few bosses with it to see how different it feels.
Love it.
How much damage is reduced, or how much reduction in damage is dealt when you use auto combo. Yo! Thirsty donated $5 and said, this would be nostalgia bait shit, but I would love an SA1 and 2 model swap if you 100% Frontiers, kind of like how you get the Super Mario 64, Mario, and Odyssey. Knowing Sonic Team probably be classic Sonic, but a man can dream. Yeah, if you want model swaps like that, it's gonna have to be mods. I don't think they're doing model swaps. I think it's just shoes and gloves, really. And I haven't seen any photo mod either, so I think that was a missed opportunity.
Love it. Okay, let's see. Oh, I thought it was mouse. Oh, what's it tell me to do? R-A. There we go. Boom, look at that. Alright. Oops, wrong button. There we go.
So that training,
Look at that.
I think you can turn that off. Yeah, training during loading / game over, which I don't even know what game over is. I don't think there's lives, but I guess they mean during death. But yeah, you can turn that off if you don't want to do it.
Alright, I can't see, so don't judge my performance too harshly. There we go.
So he said his favorite side space level was this. How come he's spamming the boost instead of holding it? Is it really faster?
There we go.
It seems faster. I don't know. Maybe it is faster.
I'm alright. It's not gonna be a record, but it'll be close.
This is the best I've seen someone play a side space though.
Good.
Yeah, it seems like spamming the boost is actually faster.
Oh, I missed it. I gotta remember. Oh, here we go.
It seems like spamming the boost actually is faster than just holding it.
There we go. Alright, just barely not an S rank run, but not bad, not bad, not bad.
That was with a costume too, so not bad.
That's with the costume.
And that was still not an S.
S rank is 50.
So that was a tighter S rank than some of the other levels.
55 seconds. I got close. I'm proud of it.
As you should be.
Oh, and the music was jamming. Alright, what's this telling me? In the air.
So this is the manual input for the Chaos Slash. So you press RT and then A. So if you have auto combo, it does it for you. That's why they specified manual input.
That was a nice little peek.
There we go. I do want to show off just one thing. Just a taste. I promise this will be quick. So,
At least the ranking seems a little tougher than Forces. I mean, Forces rankings were tougher than Gen's rankings, but they kind of ruined the Forces rankings because they had those weird multipliers that you could unlock, which kind of just broke the whole concept of a ranking.
oh, hold on. Not you. I can't fast travel while I'm in a boss, so I gotta run away from him real quick.
You can't fast travel in a boss. They won't let you run away.
Hopefully I'm far enough away. The camera's a lot closer than I usually have it. I'm gonna change that in a second. Okay, let me find a good spot here. Let's see. Let's see. I know there's a good over here. Okay. I'm almost where I want to be. Alright, here we go. This is where I want to be. Alright. So, there are some folks out there who are wondering,
Oh, this is the momentum
is there
clip.
momentum in Sonic Frontiers? Now, not in the traditional sense, right? Like I boost, and he just kind of stops, right?
Oh, like
Not
he doesn't
in the
like
traditional sense,
he doesn't
right?
gradually
Like I
slow
boost,
down. Just kind of
and he
stops
just kinda
dead in his
stops, right?
tracks.
Well, just a taste. Take a look at this.
That's that Utopia float.
Now,
Oof.
momentum, right? It carries.
That's that Utopia
Well,
float.
just a taste.
My
Take a look at
God.
this.
He just kept going. He was like he was flying.
Momentum, right? It carries.
Some air.
Yeah?
Tails and Heroes flies
So,
for less seconds
just
than
a
that.
sneak peek. There's more than one way to travel around the star.
But yeah, going back to my point about the momentum.
So, just a sneak peek.
If the level takes advantage of that, that's when it becomes really interesting. So it'll be interesting to see how many areas you could actually skip things by doing that. Because if it's just a thing where you could do it, but you don't get any benefit, then it's like, okay, cool. But is there an area where I could pull that off and skip a section or get somewhere faster is the question.
There's more than one way to travel around the Starfall Islands. And that's where I'll save it for now.
Are they stopping?
Peek. There's more than one. Yeah? Taste.
Let's see it one
Take a
more
look at
time.
this.
So my question is, like, you see these rails here? Could I get there doing this? Like, if I give it enough
Take a look at this.
juice, could I skip something? Could I get somewhere higher?
My momentum.
Like, speedrunners are definitely gonna have to figure out a way to use that.
Right? It carried.
Some air.
Yeah? So, just a sneak peek. There's more than one way to travel around the Starfall Islands. And that's where I'll stave it for now.
Alright. So you'll have to figure out the rest on your own. November 8th, just a couple weeks away.
More weeks.
Someone said, can you drop dash off to doing that? That'll be interesting to see. I don't know.
Exciting.
Well, I think that's everything for Frontiers. Do you guys want to see Johnny's review? We can watch that. If you want to see it. I think there's some good little tidbits in there. Alright, yeah, we'll go through that.
Liability. Or otherwise I probably won't get another trip to Hawaii ever again. So the first thing first that I wanted to touch upon, without getting into the story cutscene, I want to talk about the mood of the game. The one thing that caught me off guard immediately, the one thing that was like just apparent right from the get-go was just like the...
You're not gonna watch the Prime trailer? Dude, I watched the Prime trailer live.
The somber mood of this game. Like this, I wouldn't call it depressing, but it was very moody. Like this is a very moody game that in a way felt like this is what Sonic Forces wanted to be or tried to be, maybe yearned to be, I don't know. And I don't know how much of this is just on the general game direction or Ian Flynn. I did interview Ian Flynn the day after the preview event, and obviously he couldn't get into all the details because he too also has to respect, you know, guidelines and that sort of shit, but I think it's kind of half and half. I believe the general direction of the game was a darker story that was from SEGA themselves, and Ian Flynn basically had to write around that, and man, like the contrast from this game to compared to something like Sonic Colors, Generations and all that, it's night and day. It's not even Sonic Unleashed. But I feel, without getting into the story, those that really liked the Adventure era, you know, Adventure 1, 2, without it overreaching like with Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic 06 did, you guys are probably going to enjoy this narrative the most.
I wouldn't say 06 overreached with its tone, but...
like, out of everything else. And, well, I'm not allowed to show cutscenes. And because of that, I decided to skip a lot of them because I figured, well, I'm not going to be showing them anyway. There's no point. And I'll get the proper context and such when I get the game for myself when it releases in a couple of weeks. But every once in a while, I'll catch glimmers. And I'm captivated by what's happening. It's like, I really wish I could get those cutscenes. But that's great. Like, I am legitimately interested in what's happening on the screen. And
it's like the only thing I'm not sure about when it comes to the game, because I've seen enough of everything else to kind of know where I'll place the game. With the story, I'm just like, let's see what Ian Flynn has got for us, because, I mean, he's going up against Pontaff, so the competition is not there, but I still want to see how good the story is.
And it's not in an ironic sense. Like, I want to see how the story unfolds. I'm stimulated. I want to see where this goes. And I can't say I've said that for a Sonic story in a very long time. So
I like this section there, like this little section
how
here.
the story unfolds. I'm stimulated. I want to see where this goes. And I can't say I've said that for Sonic.
Hold on.
I'm stimulated. I want to see
I'm looking at this footage.
and I can't say...
So, like, you can see there's rails on the top as well as the bottom. So, is it like if you hold boost, would you then go to the top there? Like, how would you get to the top? Could you then, like, slope jump on the top of that rail to take, like, a shortcut or something? I'm just trying to see what the potential strats could be. Could you, like, run on this and then do, like, a slope jump and then make it up there?
Yeah. Said that for a Sonic story in a very long time, so here's hoping. So everyone gets started with the game, and
yeah.
So
and this is the arcade mode thing I was talking about. So Johnny shows the menu. There's an arcade mode. No one has spoken about what this does. There's two theories. One is it's some kind of hard mode. The other, which is more realistic, is that it's a cyberspace level select kind of situation. It's probably that. Probably just like a cyberspace level select, but if it is some kind of hard mode or even some new game plus kind of thing, then that could be pretty lit. But again, no one said what it is yet, so I don't know. I really hope it's good though.
I want to get started with the game.
Because arcade usually means hard. Because arcade games involve you putting coins in the machine, and the whole point is they want you to suck because then you have to put more coins in the machine. If you get good, you spend less money. So arcade means tough, right? I'm assuming if I go into arcade mode, I'm going to feel the heat.
And they gave us two options to play. There's the action-oriented style for beginners and the high-speed style for those that likely played a boost formula game since.
So action style, you get infinite boost, but it's slower. High-speed style, the boost has a cap. It runs out, but it's faster.
I was curious to see.
Someone said arcade usually means easy in modern games. Which games does arcade mean easy? They can't make the game easier. They can't.
What?
If you put this game on easy settings with auto combo, you know, I will do an easy run at some point. Like after I beat the game, because when I first play, I'm gonna do a hard difficulty. But at some point, I have to do a playthrough of this game on easy and just auto combo and just see if it's significantly quicker. Just to compare it, I'm actually curious. You know, if I want to know what the differences are.
Meant by action style.
You know, like I play Heroes, like I'm a god at Heroes, but like I still play Team Rose from time to time when I'm feeling lazy.
To see how they would introduce a Sonic game to those who never played a Sonic game. In a game like this where you have so much to explore, what did action style present? What did that convey? And the answer was cutting Sonic's speed in half and making him slow as shit. Okay, he's not Mario slow. He's not Zelda slow. I know Breath of the Wild is often brought up as a comparison for this game, and you know,
yeah, we saw this part before, so I know about this. If you played
Sonic games beforehand, he is just a little too slow to the point of almost being unbearable. And I spent most of my playtime on the first island with this style, completely forgetting that you can go into the options at any time and set your high speed back to normal, or maybe a little above and beyond if you really want to bring Sonic back to what you know from like the boost era. And I wish I did that sooner. I did that high speed.
Wait, so the speed and the settings, right? If you put it on the action mode, which isn't the high speed mode, is the maximum setting for boost speed and starting speed lower than if you put it on the high speed mode, even though it's a separate setting in the menu? Or does it just pre-tweak it to a lower setting and that's it? Is it actually a different cap if you put it on high speed mode and then go to the max on there? Because if it's the same cap, then you could put it on the action mode, which has the unlimited boost, and then just raise your speed up in the settings, and you'd have unlimited boost with the action mode, but with the higher speed, right? That would be like some serious cheese, because you get infinite boost. You'd be able to beat the game even quicker, essentially, than having the limit on the boost with the high speed mode. So it's something to think about.
Back to normal, or maybe a little above and beyond if you really want to bring Sonic back to.
So you see the top speed is like set to 0. So I think that was like a preset based on that. Based on him selecting the action mode.
What you know from like the boost era. And I wish I did that sooner. I did that starting with like the second island and beyond, but I really wish I did that sooner because my god, like you're still getting involved in a lot of high speed antics. You're grinding on rails, you are bouncing off springs, you are wall jumping, you are climbing mountains, all sorts of terrain in a speed greater than, you know, your average platformer hero. But man, it was, god. I can't get these speed upgrades soon enough, and I went out of my way to get a few of them because I got to speed things up. Again, this is all because I did not know or forget that you can go into the options and change the high speed anytime. So if anything, I would recommend, even if this is your first time playing the game, you go for the high speed style, because it's not as if you have to be going fast at all times. You don't have to hit the boost button at all times. You can take your time just by leisurely strolling, because Sonic, his leisurely stroll is still a fucking jog compared to everybody else, and you're still going to get to areas faster than your average platformer. If it's not by boosting, you can do the drop dash, which I really enjoyed doing because I found that to be like the best.
The fact that Johnny was able to drop dash up mountains was kind of crazy. Because like you even struggle to boost up those rocks. So the fact that he was able to drop that shot was really interesting. It's gonna be some interesting cheese.
Than your average platformer. If it's not by boosting, you can do the drop dash, which I really enjoyed doing because I found that to be like the best way to climb mountains and all that sort of thing. Muscle memory, though, I gotta tell you, fucked me so hard because in this game, first off, the homing attack is back on the side buttons. And for Xbox equivalent, they put it back on the X button. Those playing Sonic Unleashed know exactly what I'm talking about. I hate it. I adjusted to it because like I had to go back into the Sonic Unleashed mentality, but man, they put the homing attack back on the X button, and I think maybe that was because to supplement Sonic's double jump, he does have a double jump once again in this, very similar to Colors and Forces. I liked it. I think my biggest concern with it is your forward momentum being too strong on the second jump, and when you're doing precise platforming, that can screw you more than anything, which kind of goes against the nature of a double jump for me, because a double jump.
So you see where he fell down from.
And when you're
see, it was here.
Precise platforming.
He messed up. He fell down.
Screw you more than anything.
I'm thinking right now.
The nature of a double.
Could I like go on this rock? Because I was testing this in the demo, and you kind of can. I've tested it on certain other rocks, but I'm thinking, can you use the slope on that rock to do a quick boost jump and get back up there? That's the shit I'm thinking about.
Jump for me, because a double jump to me is a corrective jump. You use it to correct yourself. But if you are being propelled further than when you anticipated just by doing the double jump itself, it can cause you to slip up and fall, and that happened to me more times than I was comfortable to admit, and I had to rely on.
Someone said, Johnny being positive about Sonic, he's normally very picky, not gonna lie. I mean, I think he's just honest about his opinions. Nothing wrong with that. This isn't a positive or negative review, it's an honest review, you know?
The stomp to get myself to stop right where I wanted to, otherwise I was careening off of a platform. Not the end of the world, but it was a problem that I didn't notice. Another thing for muscle memory, they put the boost on the right trigger. I guess it's in line with maybe like a race car like experience or a driving simulator. The boost.
And the fact that the boost's on the right trigger, doesn't that like debunk drift being a focus in this game?
Being on the right trigger, I gotta that fucked with me so much because you're doing boost gameplay, but you can't exactly drift like you could in Unleashed and in Generations and Colors and Forces.
Yeah.
And I gotta tell you, sometimes I feel the control style conflicted with itself, because there are times where you have to boost along a straight edge, a straight line, and you can still do like the quick step left and right. You can either use the analog stick or you can use the bumpers if you're true to that. I personally like using the bumpers because I like the feedback on that more than the analog stick. I feel the analog stick is maybe a little too sensitive for that, and I'll
try again. When Scooter races by, surrounded with a silent to break it.
Shift left and right when I didn't mean to. But having to hold the boost on the right trigger and then having to shift my fingers to quick step with the L and R shoulder buttons did not feel good. And I'm hoping this is something that we can fix in like the options menu, because when I went to the options,
You're saying he doesn't like quick stepping while boosting because boost is on R2. I don't know, maybe you just got a shit controller, because I'm holding R2 with my DualSense. See, my middle finger is on R2, and then I'm pressing the quick step buttons. I mean, some people hold the triggers with their index finger, so if you do that, then I can see why quick step will be a pain for you. But if you do it the correct way, which is middle finger on the two buttons, then you should still be able to do quick step. Ugh.
I noticed the controls were locked on the controller, but you can change them on the keyboard or mouse if you wanted to play it that way. And I'm hoping in the final release, or maybe it was in the release, I'm just ignorant to.
I'll just do what I normally do when I play the game that I betrayed Heroes for and have the trigger on my middle finger.
But that you can change it to your liking, because it didn't feel good, and I didn't really have this problem in earlier boost games. Oh, I just realized I forgot to fucking start the video by wearing like complimentary giant anal beads that they gave me when I checked in at the hotel. Got a nice little Sonic Frontiers.
How much was shown? Oh, in the event? Oh, a lot of booty was shown. And they also showed a little bit of Sonic Frontiers.
Thing. I don't know what you'd call this. The name tag. You can put your name and your telephone number. Not for sale. I'm gonna put this on eBay. I don't know. I'm kidding. I'm gonna keep it for myself. But this is memorabilia, dude. This is what you hold on to the most outside of.
I'm not letting it go, Benedict
The board
Arnold
game
X2000.
What did I think of it? Well, short and to the point, I'm optimistic of the full release. I enjoyed what I played. I think this sort of formula, where you just let Sonic go to town on these humongous islands with your high speed, the usual antics that you can do in the other games, you just go at it. I enjoyed myself because I love that sense of freedom. One of my preliminary concerns, I enjoyed myself because I love that sense of.
So can you actually go here and like there, or is that just like scenery? Because I don't even know sometimes like what the difference is.
Freedom. One of my preliminary concerns, which unfortunately was made true while playing it, was the direction, the repetition of it, because this game is all about collecting a lot of knickknacks. The main purpose of the island is to collect the 7 Chaos Emeralds. How do you collect the Chaos Emeralds? You gotta collect Vault Keys.
Oh,
How do you
God,
get
shit.
Vault Keys? You have to play Cyber Stages. How do you play Cyber Stages? You have to collect Portal Gears. How do you get Portal Gears? You have to fight enemies, or you can find them under certain areas of the map. And that's something I actually really liked, and I'm hoping that it's further emphasized in the full release. You don't necessarily have to adhere to a linear formula to gain access, to eventually gain access to the Chaos Emerald in question. Because the Vault Keys to go back, you mainly get those through the Cyber Stages. You get one just by completing the stage, but you can get extra ones by completing certain objectives in the stage. But getting all the red rings, clearing under a certain time, getting a good number of rings. It's like completing different missions in like the adventure games and what have you. You should be pretty familiar with how that works. That is how you're supposed to get a lot of Vault Keys at once, and it still is like the best way to get it. But if you really don't...
You missed it? You didn't miss that much.
Want to? If you love just exploring the lands all willy-nilly at your leisure, you can find a lot of these collectibles just by running into them. I found a few Vault Keys just by playing the game normally, and I really like that. And that goes for a lot of other collectibles. The Portal Gears, which you
see that area again,
and I really
yeah, that area looks
like
nice.
That. And that goes for a lot of other collectibles. The Portal Gears, which you mainly get from enemies, but you can also just find those by exploring. Another thing about the game is rescuing your friends, and you do that by collecting enough of these character-specific collectibles. Like with Amy, it's these hearts. With Tails, it's these wrenches and what have you. Again, it's tied to the character in question that you're rescuing, and you got to collect a lot of these to progress with the game. Now, if you have a good eye for it, if you got a good knack for platforming, there are some challenges on the island itself that reward you with maybe like 10, 12 emblems at a time. And that felt really good. A lot of other times, though, you are doing a very quick obstacle course and you're rewarded with one emblem. And man, I thought, this needed to be tuned, because there are times where you were locked behind getting a certain number of emblems, and after a while, fatigue started to set in. And
so he's saying that they were asking for too many collectibles for certain things, essentially.
I was hoping that wouldn't be the case, but again,
he was getting fatigued as a result.
Close to 6 hours of game time for this one. And though we were jumping ahead, thanks to these pre-made save files they made for us, so we can explore different islands.
So I think it's the same as what IGN played. Like, they get to play all of Chronos, which is 3 hours, and then they get to play an hour and a half of Ares, and then an hour and a half of Chaos Island. I believe that was the rules.
My main concern was the repetition of it. Am I going to see everything the game delivers by the first island, and then it's just a matter of doing it again and again with a different coat of paint of the different islands in this case? And it's too early for me to say, but regardless, I did grow tired. After maybe an hour and a half, close to 2 hours, I was getting a little fatigued. Doing these miniature obstacle courses, fighting enemies especially, I got a little tired of. Especially like early on, like fighting enemies is almost as bad, I want to say, as Shadow in 06. Because he had a homing attack that you zoom in on an enemy and you mash the fuck out of the attack button, and that was common.
I wouldn't even say that was bad. It's just more so too many enemies for Shadow in 06. They just kind of they had to prove that it was harder than not Team Sonic. They had to prove that it was harder than Sonic stories. They just added more enemies, but Sonic had the perfect balance of enemies. Silver having tons of enemies is fun though because he's got psychokinesis, so he's just gonna like grab them anyway.
In the beginning of the game, it's about as bad as that. Thankfully, it doesn't take very long for you to start getting your first set of skill points, and you can go into the skill tree to unlock different abilities, which slowly adds more to your combo. Not much at first. Their idea of intricate combat is just adding one extra button.
Yo, what's up, Jaden? I don't agree with Johnny's Sonic takes that much. Well, I mean, he's a classic era dude, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that you'd have different takes. You know? Me and the classic fans don't seem to get along when it comes to Sonic opinions. You know? I don't think any classic fan has similar Sonic opinions to me.
To the combo to watch Sonic do something flashy, and then the enemy dies all the same. The combat itself did eventually become more gratifying. I love the parry. You can like guard or block enemy attacks and swoop in for a counterattack, and that honest to God felt good. You even get like a bullet time in Bayonetta where you just go ham and enemies die lickety split. But regardless, you're doing that a lot.
You're still friends with Gamer Guy? Well, I mean, just because we're friends doesn't mean we have the same opinions. we don't get along when it comes to Sonic opinions. That's like a fact. That's like obvious. And I said I didn't get along in terms of opinions.
The formula doesn't really veer away from that. From my first impressions, I have to stress all this is just first impressions, so by the main game, my opinion on this could very much change. But from what I was given, I was getting a little tired of it. And some enemies just weren't that fun.
So he was getting tired of the combat. So again, see, when I say I'm a negative Nancy, so, you know, but the point I was trying to make is it looks nice and flashy. They've done a good job with the animations and the abilities look cool. But in terms of from a gameplay standpoint, it's not crazy. It's the point I was trying to make. You know, when all the Frontiers Defense Squad were shitting on Unleashed to make Frontiers look better. That's the point I was trying to make. It's not like some crazy abilities and shit. That's because I don't put Sonic over friendships. Rarely discovering people can have different opinions and still be friends.
To fight.
Exactly.
Until you get like the Sonic Boom attack. That's where Sonic like launches all these projectiles at an enemy.
So how do you do that one again? Was it R2 and B to do that one? I keep forgetting. Where's the skill tree video? I keep forgetting that one. There's R2 and A, or X, sorry, if we're using PlayStation, R2 and X. So when you're in midair, R2, X, and then it does the cool shockwave.
Sonic Boom attack. That's where Sonic like launches all these projectiles at an enemy. One enemy in particular that's surrounded by all these balls. It's almost impossible to defeat with just regular means. You have to wait until you get this upgrade to.
Yeah, so I got to this enemy in the demo and I couldn't defeat it, and I thought maybe I just wasn't skilled enough. Maybe I had to do some attack that I just sucked. But in reality, Johnny's saying that you gotta have this move to really do it properly, which I hadn't unlocked anything yet because I just started playing. Bradley said, I never go back to Johnny's 3D Sonic reviews because you just be slandering them because it's not classic. I don't know. I mean, he seemed decently fair. I mean, even with his 06 review, like, he still, you know, was 06, but I think he was pretty fair, to be honest, you know. But everyone's got their error at the end of the day, and their error is, like, the gold standard.
Reliably attack them. Some enemies guard instantaneously. You have to do the cycle loop, or the not paralooping mechanic from Nights into Dreams. And sometimes it's fun. Other times it's an added step to what should be a simple encounter. And I think my biggest takeaway from Frontiers core gameplay is this is something I don't think you should marathon. You play this in spurts. Like you play this maybe an hour and a half at a time.
Hour and a half? We about to stream this bitch for 12 hours straight, or an hour and a half. We about to go ham, right?
Marathon this because it is a lot of busy work, and I was expecting the game to be like that. I recall.
So he's saying the game's got a lot of busy work, like it's getting repetitive, so don't marathon it. It's kind of like Sonic Heroes, right? You got the 4 teams, right? You wouldn't beat all 4 teams back to back in one sitting. I mean, I could if I wanted to, but the average person would beat one team, get to Egg Emperor, roll credits, you're done for the day. Come back another day, you finish Team Sonic, come back another day, you do Team Dark, come back another day, do Team Rose, come back another day, do Chaotix, right? Don't try and, I'm gonna do all 4 teams in one go, like, you're not a speedrunner, relax, kind of thing. He's kind of saying that here. So maybe beat one island, come back another day, beat another island, come back another day, kind of situation. That's probably what I would do if I wasn't a Sonic tuber, but, you know, I am a Sonic tuber, so it's really just going to be fucking beat the whole thing day one. Once I beat the whole thing day one, then I've streamed it, then I'll play it on my own time and practice, and then I'll probably do a second playthrough, get better at the game, you know.
Talking about it a bit behind the scenes, I said this was Sonic from Ubisoft. So I was like, ooh. But
yeah, we have to day one it because people are just gonna mention everything that's in the game, and if you haven't played it, you're gonna be out the loop. Like, do you know how many people have come to me like as if they got brand new information? Prem, they revealed the 4th and 5th name islands. The names are this and that. I'm like, listen, you're not the first person to tell me. All right, Gamer Guide already spoiled it for me, so Spoiler Guide already did that. You're like the 50th person to say it. You know. Someone said he really did judge every 3D game on how close it was to the classics, and that always bugged me. I always loved your views on games because you judged them for exactly what they were. I mean, look, it's a natural reflex, right? You can't hate for that because the classics were the first games. So there is a shock period when you grew up with an era of Sonic, and I grew up with the Adventure era, where you tend to judge the games based on how close they were to what you consider Sonic to be. Right? So, when I first played Unleashed, I think I was too harsh on Unleashed the first time I played it, because I was like, this doesn't feel like everything else I played before, which felt like adventure. Like 1, 2, Heroes, 06. Where's all the characters? Where's all the things we know Sonic to be? They weren't there. So when I first played Unleashed, I'm like, everything is missing. Not to say I disliked it, but at the time it was like my least favorite game that had come out, because I'm like, where is everything? Where's playable Tails? Where's playable Knuckles? Shadow? What's going on? And then eventually more Boost games come out and you judge it against its own peers, the other Boost games, and you go, oh, okay, within the Boost games, this is the GOAT, right? But it's still different. You have to just accept that it's different. And that takes time, you know? Denzel Ortiz donated $2, said, I wonder if the DLC will allow other characters. No idea. No idea.
It was more like, it's what I immediately think of when I think of open world stuff that has a lot of things, a lot of activities for you to do to slowly start collecting.
Bradley said he didn't like the Whale when he first played Unleashed. I didn't really have a problem with the Whale when I first played Unleashed. I thought it was cool. I mean, it was different. And I think a lot of people, because the general consensus is Day Stage is good, that's traditional Sonic, Werehog bad. What they're forgetting is that Day Stages were not traditional Sonic. Like, that was not traditional Sonic. Traditional Sonic at that point was the adventure style gameplay. And before that, it was the classics. Boost was a completely new thing. So when you first played Unleashed, after playing adventure games, Heroes, Shadow 06, everything is new. The Day Stages are not, oh, this is your typical Sonic game. This is completely different. There's QTEs, there's boosting all over the place, there's drifting, the homing attack is on the square button, like, it's super hallway. The rail sections are like spikes and quick steps. There's no momentum-based focus. Like, there is momentum on the rails, but it's not a requirement most of the time because you could just boost. The whole thing was different. Like, the first time I played Wilmore Isle, you know, I look like fucking IGN trying to play a boost level. I'm like, okay, so I'm supposed to hold this boost. I run through everything. Like, I'd played Sonic Rush, but this was 3D. It was different. It was a whole different thing. And the QTE hits, and you're like, oh, I got to press this. Very different. So this whole idea that the boost is the traditional Sonic and the Whale is the different thing. No, the whole thing was different. That's the perception of someone who played it when it was new. So it's only when you compare it to later boost games like Colors and Gens and Forces that you could be like, oh, the boost is the common thing now. This is the common ground. Back then it was not the common thing. When you first played Sonic Rush, despite the fact you enjoyed it a lot, did you think to yourself, oh, this is just a side game? Exactly. I didn't think. When I was 10 when Rush came out, and I loved it, but it was a handheld game. The expectations or the standards are different for handheld games. You don't expect it to dictate the future of the franchise to this day. Right? I just kind of thought, okay, this is what they're doing on the side games. It's like this 2D boosting. Cool. Right? And, you know, I loved it. I still love it, but I didn't think the whole main series was going to be taken over from it. You know what I mean? So it's very interesting how things turn out.
These knickknacks and make your way to the mission objective. You beat the mission objective and you head off to the next area to do it all over again. Functionally, everything works. I love the way Sonic controls in this. I love eventually upgrading all my stuff to do all these really flashy moves. Again, combat does get more gratifying when you start unlocking all of these like extra sweet special moves, and things die lickety split. I could have gone with some enemies not forcibly changing the camera angle when I'm running past it.
Someone said I knew Sonic would never be the same when Colors dropped. Oh, yeah, it was never going to be the same after that. Jaden said I didn't have a side game mentality as a kid. It was just Sonic. I mean, I remember my first console was a Game Boy. So, like, I had a Game Boy Advance as well. So, like, just the first Game Boy Advance didn't have a backlight. Right? Didn't have a front light, didn't have a backlight. So to me, like, I'm playing Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes. These are big boy 3D games. And then you go and play, like, Advance 2. And it's a 2D side-scrolling game on a screen yay big with no backlight. In my head, I'm like, yeah, this is the side shit. Like, I didn't know main series, side series, technically, from a technical standpoint, I was a kid. But in my head, I'm like, this is the side shit. It was just too obvious. Because of the difference in performance and things like that, it was just clear to me. I remember how excited I got when they started adding backlights to their handhelds, like the GBA SP. I was like, finally, a backlight, and it was even a front light. It wasn't even a backlight. You know, the original DS was a front light as well. I even forgot that was a front light and not a backlight. Front lights are nowhere near as good, but at the time, it felt like the greatest thing ever. But yeah, because of the difference in graphics, it was clear to me that it wasn't main shit. But I still loved it just as much.
There's one enemy in particular that immediately takes off to the sky and releases all these small bots, and you have to homing attack chain them. Just approaching this dude causes him to jump up in the air, and the camera, whether you like it or not, hard locks onto him, and there's nothing you can do about that. So
he defeated that enemy surprisingly quickly. He's only on an island too.
Whether you like it or not, hard locks onto him, and there's nothing you can do about that. So even if you're just...
So to confirm, right, because I'm pretty sure this is what it is, but I just want to confirm. Your combo just keeps going up every time you hit him, as long as you don't lose your rings, right? That's the rules. Because I'm trying to think what else could it be. I think that's it.
Trying to ignore it, you suddenly can't see anything ahead of you. And I hate when camera control is forcibly ripped away from you like that. Probably the most enjoyable parts of the combat was...
He's complaining about the camera being ripped away because he went towards a boss.
Trying to...
I mean, I kind of understand that because they want you to focus on the boss.
You suddenly can't see anything ahead of you. And
it's only like a few seconds, then it gets back, right?
And I hate when camera control is forcibly ripped away from you.
You got something big, check your DMs. Jaden, what you got for me? Let me see. Hey, 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 hey. Where'd you get this, boy? Where'd you get this? Where did you get this? Oh, where did you get this? Oh, don't play with me. What did you do, Jaden? What did it... Have you been talking to Sam? Did Sam hook you up? Oh, shit. Oh, baby. Shout out to Matt. Which Matt? No Cuts Matt? Owner of Tales Channel Matt? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. See, I already pre-ordered the game on Steam, though, so what am I going to do? PS5? It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Oh, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Me like that. Probably the most enjoyable parts of the combat was fighting like the larger than normal. I'm blanking on the name of them, but those guys were really fun to fight. I felt these took advantage of the combat the best, and it was a.
What's he saying now?
I hate when camera control is forcibly ripped away from me like that. Probably the most enjoyable parts of the combat was fighting like the larger than normal. I'm blanking on the name of them, but those guys.
Yeah, Asura was a great boss. I like this boss.
It was really fun to fight.
I mean, it reminds me of Egg Genesis, but I like these kind of bosses.
I felt these took advantage of the combat the best, and it was an excellent test of reflexes and skill to bypass their attacks, look for the opening, and then just go to town. I thought those were probably the best part of the combat. Outside of the things that I can't talk about, and I can't. I wish I could, but I can't. But I can say. If you liked Metal Gear Revengeance, the atmosphere, the tone of those boss fights, I think you're really gonna like them here. Hell, I don't even know why I had to say Revengeance, because hell, those that liked how boss fights were handled in Adventure 1 and 2 were really gonna like these boss fights, and it was the best part of the game for me. I wish I could talk about it, but I cannot. Gonna have to wait until the full release and my full video on it. Cyber stages are also a big part of island exploration, and after you collect the prerequisite amount of portal gears, you can enter them. And these are essentially, it's a number of things. They take level bits from like Generations and such, and you just go through them like you would a traditional boost era Sonic game. So if you loved it in Unleashed Colors and Forces, these are right up your alley. And I'm of two minds with these. One, it makes sense in the story for Sonic to be running through bits and pieces of stages he's already done before, like the Generations.
I gotta end the stream soon. Shit, I gotta do this shit.
To be perfectly honest, because as someone who goes back and plays the older games,
it's all about cyberspace now.
These are still kind of fresh in my head, and repeatedly, I'm going through these chunks. Like, this is from Green Hill Generations. That's from Sky Sanctuary. That's this part of Chemical Plant is ripped wholesale from this part of the earlier games. These stages are really short, so it's not enough to really grate on the nerves, but I do have to wonder if this is going to be the end.
Please check the vid. It's gonna get taken down soon. What video is gonna get taken down soon?
Game. However, and maybe this is the silver lining on it, it's not just Generations that it pulls from, to my surprise. Because one cyber stage in particular, it started with me very high in the sky, grinding down rails.
Man, Jada, you lot plugged in, man. I'm coming to you for the plug. I'm supposed to be the plug. I mean, usually the person with the subscribers got the most plug, but I got no plug. I'm begging everyone else for the plug. I ain't plugged in, man. I'm begging the plug for the plug.
Reminded me of something. Then I take a few steps forward, and I see these familiar spring and enemy formations. I was like, this is Skyrail from Sonic Adventure 2. And then it hit me. I was like, oh shit, they're pulling from all the 3D Sonic games. At least that's what I think they're gonna do. It remains to be seen, but there were a couple of cyber stages that were levels from other 3D Sonic games. And that's exciting. because it's not just generation stuff. It's that was my main concern, was like they're just gonna pull from the Boost era stuff, and we'll be playing a bunch of stuff that we already played before. And you can argue, yeah, that's still the case no matter what era they pull from, but it does enough to freshen up things. Unfortunately, and again, this is something I'm hoping that is just something that we encounter in the earlier islands. This game only has, I think, 3 level aesthetics for cyber stages: Green Hill, Sky Sanctuary, and Chemical Plant. And it just switched between...
There's also a city theme, so he forgot to mention that one. So 4 environments.
Between those 3 a lot for all the cyber... And I played a lot of cyber stages, just to be up front. It never switched out of those 3 level themes. And visually, I thought it was pretty repetitive. And I'm hoping in the full release it's more than that, because I could be playing remix stages of all these other games as much as I want, but visually, I'm going to get tired of Green Hill, Sky Sanctuary, and Chemical Plant. I'm hoping that this is not the case. But at the same time, to go back to what I said, these stages are very small. They're very short. They're not the meat and potatoes of Sonic Frontiers. That is the island exploration. And that in itself, considering the humongous size of these islands and how fast Sonic can travel through them, completing all sorts of mission objectives.
Game guy, he's seen it now.
Finding these upgrades to his health, his defense, his speed, his ring quota. He gets so many rings in this game. That is the meat and potatoes of Frontiers. And in that regard, that's why I'm optimistic about it. Yes, it is repetitious, is something that is going to test my patience big time, especially if I eventually at one point decide to 100% this game, whatever that entails. But I did enjoy myself with the time I had with it.
Gamer guy, don't go spoiler guide on the chat.
I want to see the other boss fights, because those were so good.
If it happens, then no.
Man,
then
I'm
no.
looking forward to this. I mean, regardless, I'm getting a
For all we
paycheck
know, they
anyway
could
if I
be
play
like,
the game.
nah.
But I want to enjoy myself, I don't want to.
Gamer guy, DM'd you on Discord. God.
Oh boy, here's another 3D Sonic game. But yeah, man, it's another 3D Sonic game.
Yeah, Jaden said don't spoil it.
Since Forces, and that was Forces. And, yeah, I think I'm going to enjoy myself with this. I just hope that all of my initial concerns were just preliminary concerns, and I hope they don't take up my entire headspace for the remainder of the adventure. I hope it's not, because I did grow a little tired, I'm not gonna lie. I also had the opportunity to interview Takashi Iizuka, Sonic Team. It was very impromptu. I had no questions ready for the guy, and there was a bit of a language barrier. Thankfully, he had his translator with him, and that was really fun. Like, I never really got to interview a game developer, especially one from a different country, and I hear his thoughts and such, like, translated in real time. Like, it's a very interesting experience, and I'm glad to have experienced that. So I think to cap off this video, I will leave you guys with my small interview with Takashi Iizuka. Don't get too excited, because I know that he can't share all the details of Frontiers. I figured don't waste his time asking him questions he clearly cannot answer. So those are expecting him to like slip up and give us the deets on the juicy bits on this and that. Don't. I kept things very generalized, because I don't know if I'm ever going to have a chance to talk to this guy again. I just wanted to have some fun. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope Sonic Frontiers knocks it out of the park. I want it to be good. And so far, I'm liking what I see. But we'll know for sure in a couple of weeks when the game goes live. With all that said, I'll leave you to the interview, and thank you all for watching. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves and each other. Have yourselves a fantastic night, and take care.
So it seems Johnny's thoughts on the game are, he's optimistic. Combat can be decent when you level it up, but the gameplay loop can get repetitive. Don't marathon it, basically. That's what I'm getting from his experience.
It is hard
Take all the time you want. I don't care.
Yeah, I was working on only Sonic and Knights.
I wonder what questions Prem would ask if we got an interview with Iizuka. Well, first, if I got a chance to one-on-one with Iizuka, I'd say thank you for making Sonic Heroes. And I'd probably give him something Heroes awaited to sign. Like, probably my Xbox copy of Heroes. What else would I ask him? I probably want to get his thoughts on Challenge, his thoughts on Momentum. I already know what they are, but it will be interesting to see it directly.
Yeah, so I created only 2 brands. So So my
06 related questions. No, because if I ask him something related to 06, he'll think I'm hating. He'll be like, oh, look at this journalist trying to bring up 06 for a quick dig. I'll be like, no, I'm not digging. I actually like the game. Yeah, right.
most favorite Sonic title is Sonic Adventure 2. Yeah, this is most enjoyable to create the game. Yeah.
Man, Iizuka must have fucked some San Francisco hoes. The way he keeps talking about how making SA2 was his favorite experience. Like, the fuck? We all know Hero's the GOAT. So this whole SA2 shit, listen, we know. You was fucking them San Fran hoes when you were in Francisco. And now you're like, yeah, I remember making SA2, like, oof. I was getting that good shit.
Do you like Adventure 2 more than Adventure 1?
Yeah.
We got it on tape. Loves Adventure 2 more than Adventure 1.
The cap.
More
The
fuel for
cap.
fire.
As a game designer, we're always trying to make something new. That's kind of like the goal of what we want to do is create new content and new experiences. However, not everyone wants something new. So this is where it gets difficult is they want to create something new, but they need to create something for people that maybe want something familiar and maybe want something more like what they already had. So it's trying to think of an idea that's going to get those new audiences that want a new experience excited about the content, but also keep the people who want more of the same.
Yo, who's here with the $2 donation? He said, Prem, you gotta tell us what Jalen sent you. Hey, look, listen. I ain't the plug, okay? I ain't the plug. The plug said don't talk. Listen.
People feel excited about this new content.
I ain't trying to mess up my shit.
And it's that like ideation and creative challenge that the development team, everyone on the development team, always has when creating games.
Well, speaking as a longtime Sonic fan, Sonic fans are fickle and don't know what they want.
Johnny said Sonic fans are fickle, don't know what they want. That's kind of true, though. Man, I know what I want in general. Like, I want something challenging. And I like momentum in 3D. If it's 3D challenging and has momentum, well executed, then I'll probably like it. Woag donated £1.79. Thank you for the donation.
So the linear gameplay for them started with the Sonic Adventure series, where you're constantly kind of following this path from start to finish to get to, you know, the end or the goal. So for them, like that whole linear series, whether you could boost or not, started there. They've been doing it for a couple decades now, and they.
Ain't that what you said in your Gold Rings parody? Gold Rings parody. Which one was that? What did I say?
Really felt like game users, their preference and their taste.
I think what Johnny means that many Sonic fans want something very different from what some others want. I don't know. That's not the same as saying they don't know what they want. It insinuates that each individual fan has no idea what they like, which is not true. Not to say that my opinions haven't changed over time on what I consider to be ideal Sonic. But personally, if you want to grab me, something that has a high skill ceiling, something that can get really challenging in terms of the platforming and momentum and 3D, you've got me from a gameplay standpoint. If you want to get into like story and voice acting, that's a whole other debate. But like the core shit, right? You look at my favorite Sonic games, they're all tough. You know, they all have momentum. Maybe not on the same level of degree, but like, okay, that's not even true, because 06 is not really heavy on momentum, to be fair. But it was challenging, which challenging is the number one thing. Challenge, like good platforming, is the number one thing. After that, you know, nice fun enemies. Doesn't have to be anything crazy, but like even just 06, homing attack and a bounce bracelet and slide, that was fun to do. And then yeah, the gems. Heroes combat was fun, simple but fun. And then like momentum's like third after that. And then there's the obvious stuff like nice environments, nice music, you know, decent length of levels, things like that.
Has kind of shifted over the years, and they needed to.
06 is the only main game with zero momentum. It actually is, yeah. It's the only main. Lost World is very stiff. I'll say 06 and Lost World are the two. 06 even has some in the Mach speed sections because, like, you know, if you jump off an incline in the Mach speed, you keep going. But that's more because it's going at a certain speed, less so momentum based. But yeah, if we're talking main series, 06 and Lost World have the least amount of momentum. Obviously, SA1 has the most.
Kind of shift the gameplay they were creating.
What's this tweet? Sonic the Hedgehog franchise surpassed a cumulative total of 1.5 billion unit sales as of fiscal year 2022. So that's like total for like the beginning of the franchise. Increase of 130 million from last fiscal year. Are they including movie ticket sales in that? How the fuck did it go up by 130 million in a year? It must be including the movie too in that. Like, I don't know.
To appeal to the current kind of gaming audience. So what started as like the pixel, you know, original Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm sure you and I played a lot originally. That's like that first generation, they really consider like the pixel generation. From there, they go into the linear generation with Sonic Adventure. And with Sonic Frontiers, they're taking it to like the third generation. This is really the open zone format that they're talking about. And it's allowing freedom for the players to kind of run around and do whatever they want without having to be told, like, go from point A to point B as fast as you can. So for them, that's really, you know, what they're doing with this new concept of this new format is to appeal to the new audience that's going to appreciate that kind of gameplay more than the more linear format previously.
What do you like about Sonic the Hedgehog for you to stay with him for so long? Besides it being your job and you don't want to get fired.
So yeah, when he joined Sega and started working on the Sonic franchise, it was at Sonic 3. You know, this is still very early in the character's development, popular character, but for them it was really, you know, at Sonic 3 and even beyond is where are we going to take this character and how are we going to like kind of build and grow this character from here on out? And that's really, I think, where a lot of things started getting interesting is, you know, as a team, they said, you know, what are we going to do for Sonic the Hedgehog? What kind of games are we going to make? What kind of characters are we going to add? What stories are we going to tell? And it's really expanding on the character and kind of growing the character from Sonic 3 that Iizuka-san really enjoyed. You know, whether it's the Sonic Adventure series.
Someone said if the leak slips, we'll know what happened.
By
By the time you know what happened, it's too late.
You know, what they're doing now with the movies,
it's too late.
With the comic books, with the Netflix series. It's being able to, you know, be there at the early development stages of the character and grow that character for the past, you know, 10, 20 years, 30 years now, that Iizuka-san really finds most satisfying, and he, you know, probably a lot of people on the team really.
It's one of those vague interviews with no meat.
There and experiencing that with everyone. Yeah, it's taking the journey with the character, expanding on the lore, you know, having the characters, you know, really grow. Some of the perks, yes.
The advice you can give to up and coming developers.
Very tough, you know.
Get to the okay. I think we're done. I think we've seen everything. I think we've seen everything. Yo, Liam John Smith with the $2. Prem, is return 2D layout or reuse zones worse? Reuse zones is definitely worse than 2D. Are you talking about the 2D level design in general, or just like copying 2D sections? Or because like, if I could have all original cyberspace level design, but then there was still 2D in the game versus fully 3D, but then they still rehash cyberspace, I will take the original cyberspace and original level design over, you know, 2D being yeeted, essentially. Originality is more important, I think, you know. Yeah, originality is more important. I've made my peace with us never getting a fully 3D Sonic game again. It's been 16 years. It's not happening. There's always going to be 2D from now on. I made my peace with that. But Cyberspace being 4 level themes and they're all basically old, that, I don't know. Is there anything left? Oh yeah, Sonic Frontiers file size revealed. I'm not reading all this. There's a tweet. PS4 23.1 gig. PS5 24.7 gig. Preload November 6th. Launch November 8th. November 6th. That's an interesting date. That's the preload date. Okay. So it's already version 1.01. That's that day 1 patch. The Switch version is only 10.4 gig, given that the texture is gonna be low res as fuck. A mere fraction of the PC version's 30 gig size due to graphical downgrades. I got fast internet, so none of this really concerns me. But a range of 10 to 30 gigs certainly puts Frontiers in the small end of open world games this year, with the likes of Elden Ring and Horizon Forbidden West clocking in at between 16 and 90 gig. God of War Ragnarok's going to be between 84 and 106 gig, more than twice the size of its predecessor. That's more than twice the size? Holy shit. Let me see. I'll go to the Steam library right now. How big is God of War? My God of War folder is pretty taking long to load. But yeah, God of War graphic. Oh my god, God of War graphically is beautiful. So Ragnarok is definitely gonna be beautiful. It's definitely gonna be beautiful. But yeah, Frontiers file size seems alright. Chat, relax, okay? Relax. Okay, listen. What link are you talking about, Jermaine? I don't know what you're talking about. Whose review is this? After playing 6 hours of Frontiers, I'm sold on the open zone pivot. New skill. I can't bother to read all this. Sonic's new voice is like night and day. You mean going from Roger to deeper Roger? Okay. A nice change of pace. Runs like... Huh. Okay. There's actually an interesting piece of news here. I didn't see this. Look. It says Sonic Frontiers runs at a frame rate of 60 frames per second on all platforms except the Nintendo Switch. So that's a combination. That's a confirmation, right? That PS4 and Xbox One are getting 60, right? Because we didn't hear that before. Unless this is not correct. That's pretty much saying that last gen is still getting 60. Everything but Switch is getting 60. But if PS5 and Series X are getting 1080p 60, then what's PS4 getting? 720p 60? I mean, PS4 ran Forces at 60, right? It's on the same engine. I mean, yes, Frontiers is more graphically intense, but I don't know. Maybe they just forgot about PS4 and Xbox One and just thought about current gen and just said, yeah, it runs at 60 on all platforms. It could be wrong information. Just according to this article, I don't know. It's probably 30 on PS4. I don't know. Unless they updated it with some performance mode that wasn't there before. PS4 will be 1080 30. Maybe there's a performance mode, 720 I don't know. But Forces did 60 on PS4. I don't think it's impossible that there could be a performance mode. But again, I don't really care because I don't have a PS4. I mean, I have a PS4. I just also have a PS5. So, you know. Anyway, I thought I'd seen high-speed gameplay in Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Unleashed, Sonic. You thought you saw high-speed gameplay in Sonic Colors? Really? Frontiers takes it to the next level. Okay. Unleashed is probably still faster, but Then again, the power boost is crazy in Frontiers. I'll give you that. Frontiers. Okay, he talks about the enemies. Mentions Breath of the Wild. If open world style games are a new era for Sonic, or dare I say, New Frontier, then I'm already ready to welcome it when it launches on and then the platforms. Did they mention 06? There we go. What also fits the new tone of Frontiers is a feature that didn't properly manifest in Sonic's infamous 2006 outing, the day and night cycle. So you could have just said the game has a day and night cycle, but you had to bring up 06. The feature was originally supposed to be in the infamous 15th anniversary title, but was left out of the final product due to time constraints. The day and night cycle was used in Sonic Unleashed, but was only controlled by players in the hub worlds and the world map. According to Iizuka, the levels in those two Sonic games and others were dictated by the time of day they were set in, depending on the story it's being told. So you could have just said, there's a day and night cycle just like Unleashed. Obviously you controlled it the hourglass because the gameplay completely shifted depending on time of day. Nonetheless, the obligatory 06 mention. I think we're done for today. I think we're done. My Sonic Prime stream is still up. Well, it's re-up after I got the other shit blocked. I cut out the blocked shit. So if you want to see my reactions to Prime, the new trailer, the new designs of the characters and the voice acting and all that, you see me gush over a voice that's actually good for Sonic, you know, you can check that shit out. By the way, look out for that part 2 of our collab on Matt's channel. Is that coming out today? Oh shit. There's nothing to worry about, chat. There's nothing to worry about. Everything is cool. Everything is all Gucci. We've gone through everything. We've seen all the footage. We've seen everything. We've seen everything. Literally seen everything. Is there anything new? The review embargo lifts on 7th November. Ah! So that's the date when we see the Metacritic start to pile up. That's gonna be interesting. Wednesday, 7th November. Wait, no. 7th November's not a Wednesday because the 8th is a Tuesday. Come on, articles, get your shit straight. It's a Monday. This is the day before Frontiers releases. Yo, Christian Grolau donated $5 and said, with the 06 mention, I wish they just kept that, which was first introduced in Sonic 06 for some historical context, but I hate that they're haters. I mean, these journalists, they're always going to bring up 06. It's natural. It's natural. International. Thank you for the donation. So, the day before Frontiers comes out, they're saying you may wish to hold it from pre-orders till after the reviews have been published, but it's entirely up to you. Yeah, Metacritic are confirmed. Reviews will be up early on November 7th, and any early Metacritic predictions for this one. So, yep. We're gonna see the day before what the Metacritics are saying. Now, there'll probably still be some journalists who didn't get the game early who are going to affect the numbers after that. But, yeah. November 7th, that's when we see. Will they hit the 80s? Will they stay in the 70s? Will they stay in the 60s? Alright, if it's 60s, it's a flop. To me, anything under 75 is a flop because that's the green score on Metacritic. So you want a 75 at least. But if it's early 70s, it's not horrible, right? But you want a 75. But if they get 60s, it's a flop. So for their sake, I hope they get the 75. You know, I think user scores will probably be at least 7.5 because people seem to be sucking off Frontiers. So it'll probably be good. Frontiers seems like that game that the first playthrough full of mystery and wonder is going to be like the big one. And then after that, people won't go back to it as much because it's not that hard. But the first playthrough will be good. And people go back and replay and be like, huh, it wasn't as fun as the first time. Ugh. Actually, I want to do a poll quickly before I dip because I just want to see what people's thoughts are on this. I just want to see what people are saying. I'm actually genuinely curious as to what people are saying with regards to this shit. Oh, would you look at that? Oh. Alright, see you later, Jaden. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Oh, Roger fans coming in now. They're coming in now. Oh. Roger fans mad. They coming for the throne. They coming for the throne. Oh. Roger had 12 years. And they kept blaming it on script. Now, to be fair, the Pontac scripts are trash. But, but man, a whole decade plus blaming it on script. Devin shows up with one trailer. One show, one trailer. And what's happening? The truth. That's the truth right there. One trailer. There was no wait for him to do 5 more shows. Wait for better writing. Wait for this. No. Nah. That was it. Prem, you're doing a poll in your chat where you praise Devin. What do you think is gonna happen? Bullshit! Don't try and act like these people got no brains. You trying to say that my chat has got no minds of their own and that they just parrot whatever I like? Okay, let's see if they parrot whatever I like, since you're claiming that they parrot whatever I like. Let's do another poll then, since they just parrot whatever I like. They're gonna do exactly that now that I've said they're not gonna do it. They're gonna do it just to troll me. Now that I said it, they're gonna do it just to troll me. Let's see. Are they my parrots? Are they gonna parrot? There you go. There you go. They didn't parrot. They didn't parrot. Okay, but actually, now that we're on the topic of comparing Frontiers to games, there's 2 more I want to do. Let me end this poll. Let's see. There you go. They don't parrot what I say. They pick for themselves. Because they picked Frontiers when it was against Heroes, but they didn't pick Frontiers against Unleashed. That's proof that they don't parrot me. Because I wouldn't have picked Frontiers on either. Alright. Here's another one. Here's another one. This also takes inspiration from this game, so let's see. Okay. Okay. Let's do a random one. This is completely random, but let's do it. Why not? Fuck it. Okay. All right. Fine. Let's go further. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. I would disagree, but that's interesting. Okay. Okay. Let's take it out of the Sonic for a sec. Let's see. Let's see, Let's do one which I know what people are gonna pick, but I know what they should pick. Yo, Shakir Magnus donated $2, said, I see you avoiding 06. I'm not avoiding 06. I just know that people won't vote for it, so there's no point in doing it. Like, this is the same reason I didn't do Heroes. I only did Heroes to prove a point. I knew people were gonna pick Frontiers. That's why I didn't ask it. People were just gonna pick Frontiers. I mean, they picked it over Sonic 2. Now everyone's saying do 06. I'll do 06. Fine, I'll do 06 after this. Alright, I'm surprised. I thought you guys were gonna pick the Sonic because it's the Sonic. Okay. Let's see. All right. Fine, let's do 06. I don't think we have that many 06 boys in the chat though. I think Frontiers will probably still win this one. Search up Sonic rescuing Tails cutscene in Sonic Frontiers. Yeah, so they can yeet my stream. Well, that's surprisingly not too far. Hey, someone donated $2 and said P06 greater than Frontiers, greater than 06. I mean, personally, I put 06 over Frontiers anyway. As for P06, I don't know where I'd place that in regards to the general franchise. Yeah, as I expected, Frontiers was gonna win that. Alright, here's the important one. Because I've been seeing some people wilding on this one. And the reason why people are wilding on this one is because they haven't made a good game since this one. You know where I'm going with this. They haven't made a good game since this one. At least not Sonic Team. So they gotta like play this one for like 10 plus years to the point where they got on board of it. And they're comparing it to something new like Frontiers. But in reality, when this thing came out, this thing was universally good. Right? So let's do the poll. That's right. That's right. Just so we're on the same page here. Right? It's not touching gens. Like that's been cemented. That's been cemented. If Frontiers knew was better than gens, they wouldn't have to copy gens. So let's not forget that. Let's not forget that. Alright, last one. Last one. Honestly, I don't even know why I stand on this one, to be honest. I mean, if I could pick the best elements of these two, then I could probably craft an even better game. But if I was to pick the worst elements of these two, I don't know. Someone said, Prem, go and sleep, bro. It's 5 p.m. What are you talking about? It's 5 p.m. Yeah, people just said no to Colors. I still don't know where I stand on this one. I still don't know where I stand on this because, like, obviously the open zone is great. That part is great, but like, if I think of like the cyberspace levels versus the Colors levels, I mean, to be fair, Colors has got those extra acts that aren't good. But the Act 1s, if cyberspace was like the Act 1s in Colors, it would have been better. Since we're going full meta era, we might as well just go there as well. Okay. I saw that one coming. Okay. There's no point in doing this poll, but since we're doing them, we might as well go there. Yeah, I saw that. Alright. Now this one's another obvious one. And this is the national anthem of Sonic fans when Frontiers comes out. At least it's better than. Did you know there were only supposed to be 2 acts or 1 boss in Colors? I know. That's why I said 6 was ridiculous. Even they knew it was ridiculous. But they had to pad out the game length. Yeah, that's a sweep, alright. That's a sweep. That's a sweep. Alright. Colors, Lost World, Forces, Frontiers. Let's do the Kishimoto shit then. All the Kishimoto shit aside from the storybook games. Let's just see where people's loyalties lie in general. Just what's your opinion on the Kishimoto games? Just put them all there. Man, 1% on Forces? Whew. Even Colors struggling to get 10%. I wonder if I did this exact same poll with Colors, Lost World, and Forces right before Forces came out. Watch Forces percent be like up here. I know you lot was doing that. I would have copied these exact polls like a year after the games come out and just see what the differences are in numbers. And we're actually going to like each individual poll and be like, oh, you were saying 91%. Anyway. Game Store donated $2 and said 3DS Lost World or Wii U Lost World. I don't think a single soul prefers 3DS Lost World over Wii U Lost World. I don't think a single soul prefers that. That's not even in the cards. That's not even a consideration. Alright. Okay, I'm about to leave soon. I'm about to leave soon, but let me see. I'm not gonna lie, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. Rush's Metacritic is high though. Like Rush was like well received when it came out. 82. Like Games Radar gave it 100. Didn't IGN give it like a fucking? Where's IGN? Yeah, IGN gave it a 9. Like I remember Rush was a big deal. Like people are sleeping on this game. If Frontiers can get these numbers, that's a serious dub. People don't know Sonic Rush because there's no ports. Fair point. That's a fair point. They don't port shit. Ugh. Okay. Last poll. You're ranking Sonic games. We're talking main series only. This poll is main series only, which means there's like 15 games max if we're talking main series only. What are you saying? Leandro donate 1.79 said Russia's better music than cyberspace. That's a given though. That's a given. Like, no doubt on that. Ugh. Will it be in my top 10? Sonic games list main series. Let me see. I don't even know if it'll be in. I want one that shows only the main games. Okay, here we go. In order. 1, 2, 3. Chaos is not main series. 4, 5. If you include 3 Knuckles separately. Neither is Triple Trouble. God, these fucking casuals. I have to count this shit myself. Sonic 1, 2, 3 Knuckles. Mid CD. Adventure 1, 2, The GOAT. Shadow 06. Unleashed, Colors, Generations, Lost World, Forces, Frontiers. That's like 16 games. I don't know. It's not gonna be in my top 5. That's not happening. But even top 10 kind of pushing it. Because you're looking at Heroes, the Adventure games, 06, Unleashed, Generations, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles. Are we including Mania? That will take me to 10, but I don't know. Fine, let's include Mania. That's 10. What else is there? Yeah, if we include Mania, it can't even be in top 10. It has to be bottom 5. Well, what is the bottom aside from Frontiers? CD, Forces, Lost World, Colors. I mean, Sonic 1's not that high either, so Sonic 1's probably somewhere as well. It can't be bottom 5 either. Wait, no, it can. No, it can. It can. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think there's space in the top 10 for it. But I don't know if there's space in the bottom 5. Because I think there's like 16 to 17 games. Maybe that takes it to 11 then? Maybe my option's not on the poll. Yeah, maybe my option's not even on the poll. The poll says top 10 is the most popular choice though. Sonic 4's main series. Honestly, Sonic 4 Episode 2 probably going to give you more challenge than Frontiers, if we're being honest. Like, if you want to go there. I mean, if I was to rank the main series in terms of difficulty, I mean, you have like Unleashed and Heroes at the top. Maybe even SA2. You know. You forgot about Sonic. Sonic Dash is not main series. Anyway, I'm about to dip. We've been here too long. Too long! Check out my Sonic Prime live stream. Heroes isn't hard though. Tell that to the critics who seem to not be able to beat the game. Check out the Clips channel. Trying to hit 1,000 subs on the Clips channel. Check out the... Yo, Bane donated $1. Thank you for the donation. All the handhelds aside, there's no main series on a handheld, no. Check out the non-Sonic channel, link in the description. Now it seems like I haven't posted it because they separated the live streams into a separate category. Check out the non-Sonic channel, link in the description. Yeah, I think that's it. Frontiers embargo lifts on the 7th. We'll check that out. I'm tired. Ugh. Plus, I got something to do as well. Thanks, Jaden. It's just what I call subscribe. Hit that bell. More content coming soon to the channel. What's my outro again? Thanks you guys for watching. It's been real. Remy out.